All right. Well, thank you. We're having a few technical difficulties, but that's kind of normal for Tuesdays. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us today, and we'll begin by saluting the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So before we begin, I am going to mention, if you're listening at home and you wish to be commenting today, it's really important to remember to, once you call in on the number on the screen, mute your video because there's a time delay and people have been losing their opportunity to speak. So it's really important. And then, so once you press star 9 to raise your hand, make sure you are not listening to us on the video, but over the phone. And so with that, I will ask our CAO if there are modifications to the agenda.
Yes, Chair Bass. Item D15 is being pulled from the consent calendar and will return at a later date. Items D19, D21, and D22 will be pulled for discussion.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with those modifications?
So move approval of consent with the modifications.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. If you are listening, we do have one hand up. We're going to go to the phone-in callers first. So again, if you wish to speak on the consent, you should press star 9 now. Our first one, and a reminder to people, it's a strict 3 minutes, and you will hear a 30-second tone go off, which lets you know it's time to wrap up. So 7454, press star 6 to unmute. Whoops. Hold on there. You're muted again. Just press star 6 again.
Virginia.
There you are. Welcome.
Third try. Can you hear me? There
Yes.
I am. Yeah, you pulled a bunch of them, so anyway, I'll try and avoid those. The public should know, items D2 and D3. We were, with the CARES Act funding for the airport, we were able to get a rubber and paint remover and a mower for the airport. Normally that mower probably would have been under Public Works, but for a total of $771,000. Item number 10, I always check and see what the soups are up to. This time Rex was the anomaly. His thing was $33,632.36, of which $3,308.60 was spent going to Colorado to NACO. So the public, whenever you spend this kind of money, hopefully Rex will report out what he accomplished there. We always want to know what happened. Hopefully he did some wonderful work over there. We have a lot of wishes out there, and they need to be expressed, I understand, but a report out would always be appreciated. Item number 14, it appears that there's been a settlement with the state, and I think we're paying $12,000 is all to them, and maybe some other costs in the thing as far as I could tell. But the main thing is a settlement and a pathway for us to continue moving forward. And there's those out there who've told me your chief financial officer, who we had a position, actually ought to be permanently moved over to the AC office, and I strongly support that recommendation by someone from the public. I don't know if item 15 was pulled or not, but I think people should know that on consent we're transferring money for ADA compliance for $3,487.
That was pulled.
And some change.
Yeah, that was pulled.
Okay. Yes. And then the other thing here, we have a item number 16 I don't believe was pulled, and we have a performance management software program, which only costs us $13,800 per year, 5 years for $69,000. If, as described, it's a wonderful tool to have. I strongly support. We do lack a lot of management skills, and if there's any way we can help our managers within the county be more efficient, I support that. And I believe you also pulled item 21 and 22, so I'll speak on that later. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on consent items today.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands up from the public on the phone. So we'll go to those here in person. I did want to mention D15 was pulled, but it will be coming back at a later date. So this time we'll go for comment with those who are with us in person. Please come forward. And on the consent calendar.
Good morning. Emmy Botzler-Rogers, Behavioral Health Director. I just simply wanted to thank you for the proclamations for National Recovery and Suicide Prevention, both super critical issues. And I'm really excited. National recovery is something that I think will now be able to be supported with the movement of the peer certification that's coming forward. And so I'm glad about that, and I just want to flag it. And suicide prevention is an issue that really crosses branches. And so I'm really grateful for our partnership with public health. And I just think behavioral health and public health and others are doing really good work on this. So thank you for recognizing both those.
Thank you. And if someone would like to grab the proclamation, since you're up there, direct them to the right folks, if you may. Thank you, Amy. Is there anyone in the public who wanted to comment on any of the consent calendar items that have not been pulled? All right, we'll go back to the board on this. I did want to say, I wanted to make a comment on Suicide Prevention Month. I think it's probably the 12th year I've done this, maybe 10th, but it's, I think it's something that pretty much everybody I know has been personally touched by suicide, and I don't know if it's getting any better. I think with the events of the last several years, it's been even more difficult. So maybe one of these days this proclamation won't be needed anymore, but now it certainly is. So thank you all who do work to help try to prevent suicide, because it's an awful thing to happen to families and friends. Anyone else have a comment they wish to make on any items? Nope. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I wanted to read the proclamation in regards to assisted living. So whereas residents, is anybody here today to receive this proclamation? No, okay. So we'll just read it into the record. Whereas residents of assisted living communities are active members of the larger community, offering their knowledge, life experiences, and involvement, their past contributions continue to be a vital part of Humboldt's rich history, and their ongoing participation deepens our identity. And whereas assisted living is a critical long-term care option for older adults and individuals with disabilities that fosters choice, dignity, and independence, assisted living communities are committed to excellence, innovation, and the advancement of person-centered care. Whereas in 1995, the National Center for Assisted Living established National Assisted Living Week to honor the contributions of assisted living communities in providing long-term care to America's seniors and individuals with disabilities. And whereas this year's theme of National Assisted Living Week is Joyful Moments, which hopes to inspire assisted living residents to explore their creative side, whether through the arts or beyond. And whereas, according to the American Art Therapy Association, art therapy can offer many benefits to older adults and individuals with disabilities, including improving cognitive and sensory motor functions, fostering self-esteem and self-awareness, cultivating emotional resilience, enhancing social skills, and reducing and resolving conflicts and distress. And whereas Joyful Moments is also meant to encourage assisted living staff to create joy and capture those moments in a new, innovative ways while delivering high-quality, person-centered care. And whereas during this special week, assisted living communities across the country are encouraged to organize activities and events which celebrate the individuality of residents, the dedication of staff, and the deep connections formed in these settings. Excuse me. And now, therefore, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the week of September 11th through the 17th of 2022 as Assisted Living Week in Humboldt County, and urge all citizens to volunteer in an assisted living community, to visit friends and loved ones who reside at these communities, and to learn more about how assisted living services benefit California. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? We have a motion that's been seconded. Apparently no more comments, and our vote tab is up. Mike, did you vote? I did. You did? Okay.
There we go.
All right. 5-0 passed. All right, so now we'll move on to the items that were pulled. The first one is D19 regarding professional services agreement with Traditions Behavioral Health. This comes to us from, it was being pulled by Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I figured the team would come up here, and this is $5.1 million. This is 1% of our budget, one item right here, 1% of everything we do. And I think we hear about all the issues we're having on the streets. Connie gets regular phone calls from me about things going on outside my office, and we all get probably more complaints about mental health on the streets of our surrounding areas more than anything. And this is just one way we're trying to stem that flow. But this kind of volume and everything else, I had a couple people ask me, what are we getting for this? And I read the whole report and everything else, but I'd love to hear it I'd like to hear it from a layman's terms. Where do you think this will get us? How many people will this serve? Because this is a lot of money. So, thanks.
I'd like for Emmy to just provide a little bit of information about the history of this contract and the struggles that we have not only in our county but in our country around psychiatrists and the need for those. So I'm going to turn it over to Emmy.
Am I turned on? I am. Okay. Hi. Good morning. So this contract is one of the main ways we support our hospital SV, and I'll just recognize that SV is definitely something that contributes to an expense. It's also something that the community very much wants to have locally, and it's a way that it's one of the ways, one of the strategies that we address what you're seeing, Supervisor Bohn, which is people with mental illness in the community on the streets needing support. Yes, all of us. That's right. That's correct. Historically, we worked with TBH, I think over a decade ago, because we were struggling to hire people here locally. And then we did some good work and had doctors that we actually employed. And then 7 years ago or so, we had a pretty major uprising, and most of our doctors left for a variety of reasons. And so we engaged with TBH again. I will say it is my intention, it is my hope, my desire to hire doctors directly and locally. I think that's the best way that we serve our community, and it's incredibly hard to do that. There are not doctors. That resource is very thin, both locally and throughout the state and the country, frankly. I've been working for the past couple of years diligently to hire a medical director with very little success. The TBH contract and a couple other contracts that we have are the only ways that we can continue providing psychiatric services to our community.
And this was one of the, somebody mentioned NACO, this was one of the things that was talked there, and CSAC and RCR, and especially for our rural counties. We can't get the people, we can't compete. We can't pay $550,000 a year. Corrections pays that much and they have a fleet of them. So I agree with that. People wanted to know, they want it, and it seems to be, it's very frustrating because I know we always say it's a countrywide thing going on, but it's not in some places. In some places you don't see it, and I don't know the reasons why and everything else. Through California, we see it a lot, and into Oregon, and up into Washington. The coastal maybe is what a lot of it is, but it just seems to be, when people are asking me, they're only worried about Humboldt. What's Humboldt doing? They don't want to hear it's everybody's problem. They don't want to, it's like the businessman says, he says, well, business is down everywhere. He says, I'm worried about business being down in my store. I don't, So that's a reasoning, and I think people are looking to see, is there light at the end of the tunnel, or is this just going to be, are we fighting an oncoming tide that's always going to be, they like to put it on to back in the 70s when Reagan closed the mental hospitals, because that's when my brother came home in the 70s, because he lived in Napa. And so I remember that, but I looked back at Napa, and Napa didn't have 50,000 beds. So, and I know that the numbers we get, that 80% of the homeless issues we're facing have addiction and mental health problems, and that adds to it. And I've heard some of the horror stories that we've housed some of them, and it has not been good, and we're trying to work with landlords and stuff. So is there a, we estimate we're out looking at, what our economic outlooks are and everything else. What are our mental health outlooks, or do we have an idea what those are?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I will say that we're seeing more acuity over the past few years, partly related to COVID and other things, but we're absolutely seeing more intensity across the board with people suffering from mental illness and SUD issues. I do want to just flag with this contract, we pay between 28-35% more for psychiatrists through this contract than we would if we employed them directly. And so that's partly what you're seeing in that amount. And another really important reason for us to hire directly and locally, so the cost, but also to have individuals who are really invested in our community and know people in our community and care about the outcomes is just critical. So I'm just agreeing with you, Supervisor Bohn. It's challenging.
No, and you guys, and I'm not being critical at all. Sometimes I sound critical and stuff like that. And I think what you do is what you hear is the same frustration that the people we see on the streets, and obviously the same frustrations you must have by 10, because I know how extremely hard you and your team work at solving these problems. And it's got to be, and it's I think, I can't remember how Supervisor Wilson says it, but the cloth of the fabric of the community, or he's got some great, But the thing is, as it runs through all of us, it's amazing for most of this board all this board has been here their whole life, is how many people we know involved and people we run into. I get hit up probably 3 times a week. People coming out in front of the courthouse that are obviously in some sort of despair, and then find out I went to school with them or I knew their kids, and it's scary about how acute it's getting and how the ball seems to be rolling downhill rather than slowing it down. So, and in no way is this any depreciation on the work you guys are doing, because I think you're doing phenomenal work, but I think the people just need to hear that it's being addressed. It may not seem like it, because you're seeing this, everybody sees your failures. Nobody sees your successes. That's the main thing you have to do. Everybody will jump on failures or what they perceive to be a failure. They won't say, hey, nice job. I'm saying nice job. But it's just so tough. But I mean, we're just 5 of us, and I think we all recognize how hard you work. But there's 135,000 other people going, what are you guys doing? So, and we hear it every day. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn, I would just like to add that I'm part of a CEO work group with Connie Stewart and Cal Poly and College of the Redwoods to increase our staffing levels in nursing, psychiatrists, doctors, all of that. And we have issues across our healthcare system that we're all working on. Emmy's had conversations recently with Open Door about sharing a psychiatrist that's coming with a doctor wife, right? So there's other conversations. We are, strategically working on increasing the workforce in healthcare, in all healthcare, not just in behavioral health.
Well, I think we've all been hearing from our hospitals and our emergency rooms are dealing with that issue, and I know you guys are addressing that with law enforcement. I think the next item that got pulled today, they're going to talk a little bit about how much they're facing in the job that they do. So anyway, I appreciate everything you're doing.
And I have Supervisors Madrone and Bushnell.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for bringing this forward, and thank you, Emmy and staff, for all the hard work you are doing to try and provide these services. It's not easy. Definitely a lot of complications, including lack of housing and all kinds of other issues that really make it difficult for us to attract professionals to the community. So this is what we end up with, to try and provide the services. And as you said, it is far more expensive than if we could hire, internal, local, et cetera. We're very lucky to have a hospital, SV. I know that. Most counties don't. But I think we all agree it's really old And it'd be, in an ideal world, we'd have a new hospital that would have 50 beds, and we'd have beds for youth and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just curious your thoughts on, if we had that in an ideal world, do you think with a new modern facility with enough beds to really be helping all of those that need that help, that would help us attract more psychiatrists and other professionals if we had that ideal situation? I realize it's just hypothetical, but I'm just curious, do you think that would be a piece of the puzzle?
I'm not sure. I do know that there are, different facilities throughout the state, and many still have challenges attracting. So I think it's complicated.
Sure. It would certainly, I think a modern facility would certainly make it better for staff in general and for our patients and for those seeking care, right? That probably goes
yeah.
without a doubt, that would be true, but hard to get to that place because we're talking probably hundreds of millions of dollars or something to do something like that. Not cheap, but anyway, thank you for all that you do to try and work within a difficult situation. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you through the chair. So the amount is to not exceed, and I'm wondering, in the past, have we utilized that amount, or have we carried forward monies?
I think that we have not had to amend our TBH contract. I think we've typically come in under. We have a placeholder in there for a medical director, which I have not filled because, like I said, I'm trying to hire that directly, so that gives us a little cushion. So, hopefully we won't hit that cap. That's the intent, and that's not what we've done in the past.
Do we have a regular, I don't know how to ask this. Is it a lot of revolving psychiatrists that come in, or do we have some regulars that we utilize?
We really work to have regulars because that's better for our community, and we have over time done pretty good at having a core group. Recently we've had some changes, and so we've just worked with TBH and other companies to try to stabilize that a little bit, but in general we have pretty consistent doctors that cycle through.
Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn?
And I asked this, are we still using telepsychiatry, or it's still telepsychiatry too, so it's psychiatry by Zoom?
We do both, and on SV, we prefer to have people here in person for
Understood.
outpatient.
Is that being successful? Do they provide that quite a bit too? Okay.
Yep.
I knew they did, but I thought we were still doing telepsychiatry too.
We do telepsych more often in our outpatient clinic.
Okay.
All right. Supervisor Wilson?
Have we gone to public comment yet?
No.
Okay, when we're back from public comment, I want to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Thanks.
Did you have anything you're okay now? Okay. Well, we'll be back. I mean, we could do it now, but we'll do public comment. I know. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go those on the phone first. If you are wanting to comment, you should press star 9 to raise your hand and turn the volume off on your video feed. So first we have 7454, followed by 4615. So 7454. Welcome, Kent.
Virginia, yes. I hopefully can answer a few questions here regarding why we have some of the problems we have here as far as public perception goes. Historically, this was known for many, many years to be what you call the hobo highway. People would go up and down the coast because the climate is so moderate, a place they could survive. Here you have everything to survive on. I mean, they can, in the trees, they have the fish, they have the ocean. And so we tend to attract a lot of people that would drop out of the, fall between the cracks as far as this goes here. The other problem we have here, and I think Rex said 1% of our budget is, so we have a $500 million, maybe he said 2%, I don't know. What bothered me the most was the uprising we had. Why did we have what was quoted to be an uprising here, which everybody seemed to quit or leave? That needs to be studied and make sure that doesn't happen again. Strongly support you using your outside sources on this. Teleconferencing is great, any tool you can put in there, because it's a major problem. And why can't we get people here? Well, we like to say brand Humboldt County for certain things, but we are branded right now as far as being Murder Mountain and the drug capital of the world. And we've invited that brand upon ourselves. Not only, of course, do we have cannabis, which people can come and get now for, I think, $150 a pound is what I heard is going for out there, but everything else that goes with any kind of a drug culture, such as the fentanyl and all these other things, are in our community. So you do have a major problem here with the psychological problem of attracting people to our community. Until that changes, you're not going to be like Montana, where people don't go there for those specific reasons. And that's possibly, to answer your question, also even Mexico. A lot of the problems we have here seem to work out. So good luck with this one. You're going to have to throw way more money at it. It's a drop in the bucket here, but it's always good to start with a little bit. And hopefully, eventually, we'll be able to attract people here who want to come here and live. And I've talked to so many people that have left, and so many people that want to visit but want to go away. And until that changes, we can't get good health care professionals here locally. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 4615. Press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, you're unmuted.
Am I now on?
Yes.
Good morning, Dennis Mayo here. I just wanted to correct one thing. I was calling in a public comment, and this is a little bit pertinent to that. I just wanted to correct one thing. It's a misconception all of us have, that Reagan shut down the mental institutions. 1967, the Latterman-Petra-Short Act, Democratic bill promoted by the California Democrats, is a bill that Reagan signed and started the shutdowns of it's one of the few things that Reagan did thinking he was doing a good job, much like when he did amnesty, that he got played. The Democratic legislature then did not come back with the money promised or the programs promised. I think our staff here does a great job. We need this. I'm in support of this particular item, but the number one mental health positive that you can do is put a pitchfork in somebody's hand or a water bucket, much like we saw with our children at the fair last week, and I'll comment on that on public comment. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. So that is the last of our speakers on Zoom. So we'll go to those in the audience. And welcome, Steve. You have 3 minutes regarding this item. Welcome.
Steve Davis, resident of District 5. Thank you, Chair and Supervisor Virginia Bass, Vice Chair Supervisor Steve Madrone, our Supervisor Mike Wilson, Supervisor Rex Bohn, Supervisor Michelle Bushnell, and our Amy Rogers, our Behavioral Health Director. I have several comments I feel are very pertinent and important for our urgent direction. First of all, modern and down-home facilities for better behavioral health. People need to learn how to say and demand the beautiful word no. And I'm happy to report the people I've been greeted with at Crestwood Bridge have been absolutely spot on for delivering this important word, where the streets of the city of Arcata are districts in McKinleyville, and yes, we still have our not so happy wanderers, including a gentleman I saw in the sunshine trying to get some rest on the grass close by to our Social Security office, and he was beat red from my quick observation, and to hopefully deliver the services to our most vulnerable people, especially our seniors in the living homes and facilities that I look forward to celebrating this month of September. So thank you so much for doing all we can to, with the best of care, find those who are in illegal drug situations and making sure that does not happen as often or any time with our best efforts, neighbor to neighbor, police deputies, and thank you so much for your fine representation and service today and every day. It's the best county in California. I highly recommend more homes, especially for our professionals, leading over Zoom or in person, even better. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else in the public who wanted to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to briefly comment that on my way to work today, I was listening to the podcast, The Daily, and it was about the increase in the mental health crisis amongst adolescents that we've seen recently, and what's being done to address that. And I recommend people listen to that because it's definitely a trend we need to be watching. With that, I want to make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have an official motion and a second. Is the vote tab up? Yours is up. There it is. Yep, thanks. All right, passes 5-0. All right, thank you guys for being here. Next, we'll go to items that were pulled by Supervisor Bushnell. First, we'll go to item 21. And well, they're both regarding ambulance fees. So we'll start with 21 and Supervisor Bushnell. Well, we'd have to have two separate motions if we hear them. I mean, we could hear them together with two separate motions. Is that accurate, County Council? So either way.
Thank you. I had some specific questions regarding around the billing, and I think Jason is here. If it would be a...
Yeah, would you like him to come up to explain?
I would.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
What did you say?
Welcome, Jason.
Okay. Either
Hello.
both of them can come up. Hi. So thank you. Did you guys have a rate increase in 19 or 18, 19, and 21?
No.
No?
The last rate increase went into effect for city ambulance on January 1, 2019. I think Arcata had one a little bit more recently, but the current rate increase request has been hung up for the last few years.
Okay. So specifically, my question is, and I appreciate the ambulance and everything that you guys do, especially in the rural areas of my district, and I don't have a problem with this, but I do want to ask about, so I know that probably these rates are set because of insurances and Medi-Cal and Medicare, all those things don't pay 100% of the pricing, and so it's really difficult to run a business that way. But there are individuals out there that, pay their own insurance, have high deductibles so they can afford their premiums, and they pay that full price. And I'm wondering, I didn't see any kind of consideration for that. And I know my CAO reached out to you yesterday, and I have that documentation in front of me, but I'm curious about that.
Yeah, with respect to the deductibles to private insurance, that is probably the lion's share of payments we actually receive from patients, since most patients are now insured or as you said, are government payers. What I would say is if we're transporting them to the emergency room, they're going to blow through the deductible. So the deductible is going to be collected by essentially whoever bills that insurance company first, which is sometimes us. If we do have somebody that has a high deductible and a hardship, we have a process available to them to, let us know what that hardship is, and we will more often than not either write that bill down or write it off. It doesn't happen all that often, though, because our bill is by far the smallest bill they're going to receive in that process.
So, so for instance, if you have individuals out there that say have a $10,000 deductible so that their premiums are affordable, and they don't have hardships, and your rate increases are, adjusted so that you can get full pay, try to run your business. What about that if you're not considered a hardship?
I don't know that we've ever encountered that high of a deductible from someone that had a hardship claim. We evaluate on a case-by-case basis, but I would say in my 25 years, and Doug Boylos here from Arcade Ambulance has been at this for 30, I'm not sure that we've ever had that situation occur.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I know that, so individuals that have to pay their own insurance have sometimes, they choose to have the high deductibles so they can afford their premiums. For instance, if you're a private payer for your insurance and you want to have your premium around $1,800, you might consider having a $7,000 to $10,000 deductible. That doesn't mean you don't have the money, I understand that. But if you're a private pay, if you're having to pay that, you've set your deductible high so that you can afford your premiums. You're not necessarily having a hardship, but that doesn't mean you want to throw your money out the door just because you can pay your own bill. So I'm asking, have you considered, without the hardship, adjusting those rates for people that are trying to deal with their own insurance?
It's hard for us to have a preset adjusted rate based on a specific scenario like that. So we kind of do have to attack them as they come to us. I would say that I can't remember ever having a request from a patient to reduce a bill in a situation like that, or similar to that, where we didn't reduce the bill.
So if that was to come your way, you would work with that person? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. That was one of my main questions.
Anyone else have any questions for Jason? Supervisor Bohn?
And this is pretty much in line with what North Coast EMS is going with, with the approval and everything else as chair. So I think, just in the last few months, we've noticed almost a 20% increase in just our fuel mileage, our mileage cost just on that. And we've all seen what insurance has. And I would imagine since 2018 to now, I imagine you've raised your employees 25%.
Yeah.
So, and I think, and what I'm hearing is that $10,000 deductible, where it's still going to be, if you discounted yours, the hospital is still going to be the biggest support. I just know somebody just went to the hospital the other night for one night, released the next day, $61,000. So the hospital is going to eat up whatever you give away. So,
yeah, and it's just as common or even more common for the hospital bill to go in. The deductible goes to the hospital, and we receive the insurance payment. Yeah, so which is another reason that scenario just doesn't come up very often. I do understand the concern, though, for sure.
So on the mileage I was looking, so it's going from $25 to $40 a mile, and that I'm assuming is for the rig, right? The entirety of everything on the rig. No, staffing separate was according to what I was reading. The services, but it would be like tires, wear and tear, all that, right?
Well, it's a little bit of everything. So when we look at the rates, and we're looking at the base rate, the mileage, we're looking at the additional rates for some of the specific procedures or medications are used. We're putting that all together. We let our mileage fall way behind. And we didn't ask for a mileage increase, I think, in the last 2 or 3 rate increases. So we've just fallen really far behind the curve. But over 80% of our budget is payroll. And as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, we've had we've increased our payroll by over 25% over the last 3 years. I think this included up to 22%, but there was another 3% increase in July that happened.
So when you say that $40 is inclusive, you have base rates for trauma care or for levels of care. So that $40 per mile is not for staffing. Am I correct on that?
Well, we don't necessarily look at this piece of the rate is for this particular thing. We're looking at the total cumulative rate for the transports and then putting that against the budget and the overall cost of service. So it's hard for me to say that mileage rate is specifically to vehicle maintenance and gas, because it's also going towards wages, just as the base rate is also going towards.
So if you get a
Maintenance.
call and your base rate's like $2,600 for whatever level of care, and then according to that list, then you're adding other components in there, and so it comes in as an entire package, and it's considered for the entire ride then.
That's exactly right.
Okay, well, thank you for that, I appreciate it.
All right, any other questions for Jason? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we can go to public comment on this one, and then we'll go back to the board. We have one person on the phone, 7454. Excuse me. Thanks. 7454.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I did have a conversation, as far as full disclosure, I have had a conversation with Jason Chad last night, and I did have some questions for him. One of the biggest problems I understand, and I don't know whether I have them exactly, I didn't write it down, it was a little late in the evening there for me. But anyway, my understanding is that one of our biggest problems is that Medi-Cal has not had an increase in what Jason gets, or these providers get, in possibly 16 years, if I understood the conversation. And then a question, would be, if you want to ask Jason, how much do they get in far as it'd be nice to know just what an average service was for something, and what ratio does Medi-Cal pay, and then also Medicare. My understanding is that they're way under reimbursement. So in other words, the people in the insurance thing are basically paying and making up the difference that the government won't make for paying a service that they're requiring to be provided. Kind of one of those unfunded mandates. And this bothers me. This is the kind of thing that I think should be before NACO and things like that. It's always bothered me that, we're required to provide this service for accidents on the state highways. And yet, how much is the state actually making up to us on these things? Again, NACO or all your other places should be places where we're going at the state. They should pay their share for coverage of their roadways that we have here that we have to service. That always seems to bother me. A lot easier things down in Mexico, it seems to me, but I keep having to say that. So anyway, I strongly do support the increase. It seems to be reasonable. I do wish that other entities such as the state would start paying their fair share. And I don't know whether we ever have formed a district for ambulance coverage. We were talking about a fire district. We were talking about a district up in for ambulance up in the Willow Creek area up there. My understanding, we're still paying a whole bunch of money out of Measure Z, and that was supposed to be a one-year thing. That was the promise that was made to me at that time, or to the public. Yet we haven't seen anything move forward. I know the people may have pushed back against it, but that doesn't mean it's right. It's not right and fair for them to pay their share on those services up there and not have it come out of the general fund. So those are my comments on this, and thanks for Jason and the ambulance service. When we need them and they show up, it's definitely worth what it cost us. And I've even had my good friend from Trinity County transported into the hospital there so he could pass on during hospice. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic today.
All right, thank you. So now we'll go to those who are in the public here. And again, this is a comment on, if you're here to comment on the request of the increase of the ambulance services, welcome, Steve.
Chair Virginia Bass of District 4, Fortuna and Garberville, and Supervisor Mark Wilson, our Eureka District 3. I can best comment from my experience of our District 5 ambulance service when I was traumatized and the ambulance came in a very timely way and provided the extra service to my neck right here, which I still am hopeful to receive a written report. The 80% to payroll is crucial across every district and every ambulance professional that comes in a timely way, and for our best education of what is an emergency and what to be followed up by the fire department truck. Truly, they're the best at lift and assist inside of our homes. And so I urge you to make our budgets declared for our ambulances and the education of the ambulance drivers and assistants. And thank you so much for our best budgets for our county and for all parts of your districts that you represent. And thank you so much for a best effort in hospital and behavioral medicine and personnel in our best efforts.
Thanks, Steve. This is actually on this specific contract on the
Yes.
ambulance. Okay.
Yes.
Just
So
making sure.
I hope you understand the recent history and the urgency of continuing best education and service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the public who wishes to comment on this item. So we'll go back to the board. Is there a motion?
So to be clear, I do not have any issues with the ambulance service and appreciate them so much, especially in our rural areas. I wanted clarification, and that's why I pulled this item. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve and authorize an increase in billing rates for ambulance service provided in Service Area 3, Eureka, and 4, Fortuna and Garberville.
I'll second and hope to never use them.
They probably don't want to pick you up either. Just saying. Yeah. All right. Anyone else have a comment? No? All right. We do have the vote tab up. Okay, it passed 5-0. So the next item is similar from Supervisor Bushnell. I didn't know if you want to go ahead with another presentation, or if you just want to.
No, I think so did we discuss, I don't have anything further, no, but did we already do public comment for this one also? I think it was.
No, that's what,
Okay.
I mean, if you do a motion, then we can.
Well, I'll make a motion on the second item to approve and authorize an increase in billing rates for ambulance service provided in Service Area 1.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, I just didn't hear that. I couldn't see that you pushed it. All right, so we have that, and I don't see any hands up on the phone. Go to the audience. Is anyone care to comment on this specific one, on this specific contract, the change? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the board. We have a motion that's been seconded. And it passes 5-0. All right, thank you. Thanks for being here. So next we move on to the planning department item from the first one coming to us from the Planning and Building Department regarding the Planning Commission letter on water storage that we received. Welcome, Director Ford.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department to present a letter that has been given to the board by the Planning Commission requesting direction on whether or not a policy should be developed to require a certain percentage of irrigation water to come from rainwater catchment associated with cannabis cultivation. The Commission, in considering an application for a cannabis permit, determined that it would be an appropriate policy to require a certain percentage of water to come from rainwater catchment. The Commission added a condition to require 20% of the water come from rainwater catchment on 2 permits that had actually been removed from the consent calendar at that meeting, and then later voted to send a letter to the board requesting direction on whether this should be an established policy. As the board considers this request, there are multiple methods of providing irrigation water for cannabis irrigation. The use of surface water, when allowed, requires forbearance during the dry season, meaning that water can be collected during the wet season and then stored and used out of storage during the dry season. The use of wells, I would point out that there are currently no restrictions in 1.0 on the use of wells. The use of wells in 2.0 does require that certain requirements and testing be done on smaller parcels. Many cultivators practice water storage even though they may not need to, and water storage can come in the form of rainwater catchment, but it can also be simply collected from a surface water diversion. It can be collected from a well and then stored for later use. So in the case of the two applications that this condition was applied to, both of those applications were for pre-existing cultivation. I just want to bring up why that's important, because under CEQA, pre-existing cultivation is considered part of the baseline. That water use already exists. That's not a new impact. In asking for direction, the Planning Commission did ask that the board weigh in on whether the Planning Commission should wait for actions by the Drought Task Force and implement existing ordinance requirements, or to require additional water storage. In responding to a prior letter from the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors directed that when imposing conditions, the Planning Commission should focus on identifying the impact, identify why the project needs to be conditioned, and how the conditions address that. The board addressed that these points be addressed in the findings made by the Commission in taking action on the permit. In this particular request, the Planning Commission is not asking for direction on case-by-case basis, but really is asking about instituting a new policy. That concludes the introduction. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. Any board members have questions? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you through the chair. Director Ford, do you know how many 1.0s are out still waiting to come to commission or still waiting for approval?
I know that we have approximately 200 IPs that are still in the queue. I don't know how many. We probably have in the neighborhood of 600 to 700 1.0s still in the queue.
Still with, that need to come forward? Yes. So in this letter, it specifically says for one condition that we have required most consistently is rainwater catchment and storage, which rainwater catchment isn't, well, two things. It's different than forbearance, forbearance. And do you think that, listening to Planning Commission, I've heard them go back and forth, and sometimes I wonder if they say rain catchment and then they say forbearance, and so I'm wondering if there's maybe some confusion going on.
I think that the letter does kind of point out that there is a bit of confusion between water storage and rainwater catchment. The Planning Commission has required water storage in the past, but has not required rainwater catchment.
Thank you. I have one more question, actually. Based on the rainwater catchment or water forbearance storage, do you know how many appeals have came forward based on this condition that's not required in 1.0 or actually in the ordinance at all?
This condition has only been applied to 2 permits, and both of them are on appeal and on this agenda this afternoon or later this morning.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I don't see any other questions. We're going to go to public comment. We're going to go with those on the phone first. If you're listening and want to comment, press *9 to raise your hand. And we have 7454 followed by 6228.
Yes, Ken Swatsky, can you hear me, Virginia?
Yes.
So you referred to this whole process as building an airplane while you were flying it. And unfortunately, I haven't seen much building going on. A lot of people perceive the airplane to have, I don't know, landed or crashed at 150 pounds. There really isn't much going on there. You have an opportunity here, in my opinion, to add to that airplane a real benefit. And it's kind of like putting life preservers kind of on it for the environment so that the environment can save and land with this crash that we may be having here, or we are having here. There are a lot of people, and I don't know whether Michelle Bushnell has an objection herself on any of her permits to have this condition put on it, or if she has anything coming forward, or any of the other supervisors who may have interest in this. But, you know, from the environmental viewpoint, this is something of great benefit. We're doing a drought, and so I think there's total justification on asking things due to climate change regarding forbearance of pumping wells, and also requiring a certain amount of catchment. It's only 20%. And just about all of these places, I don't know if the two appeals do or do not have structures on the parcel, or if they're strictly an outdoor grow with no structures, then of course they would have to create some kind of a way to do rain catchment. But 20% isn't all that much. A lot of water is being used, and as far as creating rain catchment, it isn't that difficult a thing to do. It's, I'm sure, way less expensive than people who are being requested or required to go to solar power versus their 32 kW generators out there in the woods, which can have a problem with that also. So I think it's in the public welfare to go ahead and make this a policy, and start with the two appeals you have here that are coming forward. Everybody says you can't move the goalpost, but that plane keeps flying. If the goalpost was being made to make, in fact, you have moved the goalpost as far as less taxes, as far as some other regulations and things going that make it easier for these people to continue under the current $150 a pound market we have here. I think that this is a very easy, small split the difference and not a big ask. And so as far as the environmental concerns, I think you'd find most environmental places out there would probably support this, but maybe they'll speak for themselves. I'm not speaking for NEC or EPIC or any of the other people who should be speaking on this as far as protecting our fish and everything out there we're trying to do to minimize the streams being drawn down, even by wells, which are hydrologically connected in certain water areas, even though they say they're not. But I'd appreciate you going forward and going and making this a policy and give the instruction to the Planning Commission, rather than just telling them to make findings like you did last time. Well, they make a finding that this is in the public's interest and welfare.
Thank you. All right. Reminder to the folks, it's 3 minutes. It goes by quickly. So we have 6228 followed by 3053. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Madeline DeLapp, Executive Director for the Humboldt County Growers Alliance. We do not recommend the county move forward with this policy for the following reasons. Number one, the gold standard for water conservation for cannabis set by the State Water Board is forbearance. Forbearance is the prohibition of surface water diversions between April 1 and October 31. Licensed cultivators are regularly inspected to ensure their irrigation practices are not impacting surface waters. In Humboldt, we go above and beyond statewide requirements. The county is seeking to address questions related to hydrological connectivity of groundwater to surface waters. Within the last year, the county created policy changes that require all groundwater-dependent cannabis projects to complete a geological report to analyze whether or not their irrigation wells are hydrologically connected to surface waters. 2, the county is working toward a study to collect additional data on potential groundwater connectivity. 3, the county is currently in the process of distributing $12 million in grant funding from the DCC to incentivize additional adoption of water storage by licensed cultivators. In light of these requirements and actions, the goals of the Planning Commission's proposal are unclear to us. For projects that are not hydrologically connected, there is no reason to adopt a universal standard of 20% rainwater catchment. For projects that are hydrologically connected, a 20% standard is not adequate to meet either regulatory requirements or significantly mitigate usage of groundwater. The proposal fails to address the concern of cannabis farmers, the environment, or neighbors. We believe the county's current approach, which is focused on accurately assessing hydrological connectivity on a case-by-case basis, is more appropriate than a blanket 20% requirement proposed in this letter. Furthermore, the policy recommendation specifically seeks to establish rainwater catchment. Rainwater catchment is only one form of storage. The state's requirement is to forbear not to develop rainwater catchment. Catchment may not be financially or logistically feasible on small farms and on some farms, and is not necessary to achieve the goal of water use reduction. For example, full sun outdoor cultivation may not have adequate hardline roof surfaces to capture rainwater. Farms on TPZ may not be able to build new structures to meet requirements because of the need to clear trees. If a policy along these lines is implemented, then it should be inclusive of the potential to decrease water usage through either forbearance, increased water efficiency, or decreased production scale, and not focus on rainwater catchment specifically. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you, Madeline. So we'll go now to 3053, followed by 7429. Press star 6 to unmute Thomas. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify, you can hear me there, Chair?
Yes, Thomas.
Okay, thank you. So, it's an interesting letter here. If you really read the letter and look in detail, it kind of bounces around. And there's 3 questions, the way I read it, at the very end there. There's a lot of stuff in the middle, but at the very end, there's 3 questions. One is, do you support having 20% rainwater catchment? Another one is, do you support having water catchment or storage, not rainwater catchment? And the last is, do you want to continue going forward with the existing language within the ordinance about the Drought Task Force? Following Madeline, I think I'm just like stumbling here because she had a nice written thing and I'm just sitting here at work. I would say we currently have language within our existing ordinance to go with a scientific-based approach to curtail water use or require water storage in a watershed by watershed or countywide by countywide, depending on how the Drought Task Force looks into it. Looking forward to that report next agenda item. The other questions, as we're in fiscal, I don't know what the right word, we had some fiscal trouble countywide. And earlier caller mentioned that the taxes have been dropped down. So what would a policy change cost the county? That would be, if I was one of the 5 of you up there, I'd be asking staff, what would a policy change cost? I'd be asking, how long will that policy change take? And what would, if we did decide to do a policy change, what would happen to those 600 to 700 applications floating out there? And then more importantly, the 200 applications that are operating under an IP, which the opportunity to be under a provisional is drastically declining here in the near future. So those would be important questions that I would ask, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 7429, followed by 7974. Backwards this morning. 7429. Just press star 6. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Roby Tenorio, and I agree with Supervisor Bushnell that there may be some confusion on the Planning Commission regarding the different terms, forbearance, storage, rain catchment. I think that water storage ultimately is the goal, and I encourage your board to develop incentives that support both technical and financial aid to develop ponds, which will really help with the drought and with fire fighting. So ponds are naturally rain catchment, and I don't necessarily support the requiring of rain catchment. I think requiring forbearance should be the goal, and I think that this proposal adds confusion. I think that primarily because I think rain catchment is good, but if you're using tanks, it's much, much, much more expensive. The rain catchment tanks are very pricey. So primarily because I do think that science points to everything, including water being connected, I think we really need to focus on forbearance. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Roby. So next we have 7974, followed by 7108. Welcome.
Hello. This is Stephen Liu. I'm a consultant that represents several clients in the cannabis industry. I would have to agree with some of the comments that were made earlier with regards to some confusion regarding the regulations, the forbearance, and other requirements. I believe a lot of this confusion is to stem with a crisis, the Planning Commission's crisis comparing the 1.0 versus 2.0 ordinance, and the fact that the 2.0 ordinance imposes more stringent requirements. The 1.0 ordinance established a baseline as the conditions up to January 1st, 2016. And this letter indicates a request to change policy. Well, policy is set by statute and law. It should not be set by a few discussions over various projects. To set a policy that would go and implement mitigations on all 1.0 projects, that is an ordinance change. It should not be set by a policy letter. When you set mitigations based on policy, it goes beyond discretionary limits. CDFW has an ongoing review of various watersheds within the county, and when folks renew their LSAA for their surface water diversions, they are adjusting forbearance periods based on science, based on stream flows. And as Mr. Mulder suggested, the Drought Task Force can go ahead and evaluate different regions and make recommendations. And that's what this policy should be, or this ordinance change should be based off of. It should not be based off of a few discussions and then creating a mandate based on previous projects, which I believe these recommendations should be connected to a specific project, to a specific watershed, not to all 1.0 projects. I believe the conditions of approval that are being proposed and why these multiple projects have been appealed to your board today is because these mandates go beyond what the limits, discretionary limits for the Planning Commission should be. These are becoming constitutional takings because under the 1.0 ordinance, surface water diversions are allowed. And beyond that, generators are allowed. And they've been continuing to condition projects off generators. And this is reaching the point where it becomes a constitutional taking. And if these projects get appealed to the courts, these conditions would not be supported because they go beyond the law and beyond the limits of the ordinance. They go beyond the mitigations that are required, which are already set forth in the ordinance and in state statute and law, which are to provide forbearance for water diversion, surface water diversion, and store your water, which is already proposed and which is already in the 1.0 ordinance and the water board policy, and to impose noise mitigation, which is already in the ordinance for 1.0 projects.
All right, thank you very much.
So, yeah.
Thank you. All right, next we'll go to 7108, followed by 2223. So 7108. Thanks, Bonnie. Just welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. I want to start off because Director Ford said something about 600 existing permits pending. I went through the watershed map for the 4 watersheds where most of the grows are, which is the Cape Mendocino, Lower Eel, Middle Eel, and South Fork Eel. And when I added all those up for pending, there was 255. there's 192 new ones pending, but for the existing that would go under the 1.0. I feel like we have a big problem here because we are in an environmental crisis with the drought. And when 1.0 was formulated, we weren't. Now we are. 2.0, they said you need to forbear. The rainwater catchment, I think that could be difficult, but forbearance for well users, I think that's just common sense. And the waiting for the drought task force to come up with something, I mean, they're just still putting it together and studying. So who knows how long it'll take them to come up with something about the situation with the geological and hydrological conditions here in Humboldt County. I believe it's all connected, that the well water, that you can take all the water out of the wells and it will, and it does affect the surface waters, and waiting until all the surface waters dry up and the damage is done. So I would hope that the board could move forward on having some kind of a forbearance requirement, and there's all these grants available now. And I think it would have been nice to have the Drought Task Force conversation before having this one, but since we're doing this first, I highly recommend forbearance for all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And 2223, just press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Good morning. Really important topic, and I'm so glad we have so much attention from all the community to give such good proposals and ideas on how to move forward. I stand in support with the comment and feelings of HCGA and the comment from Madeline DeLapp. And thank you so much for the time to make a comment this morning. Take care.
All right. Thank you. All right. We have no more on the phone. We'll go with those in person. And this is specific to this item on the letter from the Planning Commission regarding rainwater catchment. So, Steve, if you wish to keep those comments limited to that, this is the time.
Steve Davis reporting a great drive past the quinoa, corn, and sunflowers growing last Sunday when I drove from Ferndale to Rio Dell. It's a beautiful sight, and my encouragement for all of us in Humboldt County to grow more food. I question the water coming out of the Mad River for the beef and dairy cattle that are on the North Bank Road. I really hope that we will provide rainwater catching containers somewhat similar to what the city of Arcata is providing for scrap food to compost. And so I'm really hoping our best efforts moving forward for the water management with our Director Ford, for $12 million for water storage, for drinking, cooking, and personal hygiene
Steve,
on and off the grid, for water, sewer, and electricity. So, well water and all the possibilities.
Steve, I'm gonna have to stop you here for a moment. We're talking just rainwater catchment on this one. Not everything water storage, okay?
Well, I've heard the comments over the phone. I'm giving specifics here that for our cannabis growers to enlarge their best efforts for growing the wide variety of food possible, and for all solidarity where drought is a most significant issue on the west and across from sea to shining sea. If I may compliment the city of Arcata and Clop Lake, where they're taking sewer water and the best reuse of water for those in solidarity in Pakistan and Kentucky, and all possibilities for the most important commodity on the planet, H2O, water, and water management. Thank you.
You're welcome. Kind of went a little far afield there. So next time, though, there is a drought item coming up. So there, talking points are ready for that one. All right. Anyone else in the audience care to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, I do have a question for Director Ford that it's been on my mind. I didn't see it in here if it says if this was what the vote at the Planning Commission was to send this letter. And it could be in there, and I just glanced over and missed it.
The Planning Commission ultimately voted unanimously to send this forward, and I think that one of the things that is important to point out is that the last paragraph included the three options that one of the speakers brought up.
Right.
And the reason that there was a unanimous vote is because it gave the Board of Supervisors options beyond just the 20% to consider.
All right, thank you. That helps me. Supervisor. Any Supervisor Madrone or Wilson? Any comments? Just Supervisor Bushnell was passing on until if one of you wanted to say something, I think she's curious what your thoughts are. Okay.
I mean, my focus is really on forbearance. I think that's really where, so. Yeah.
Then Supervisor Bushnell and Bohn.
Bohn
first. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind going. I don't have to be last. I think the last paragraph, because I think it was highly contested, and that last program is, I believe in forbearance. I believe we've put a lot of projects out there. We're making headway. I mean, $12 million towards solar and water. I'm a big fan. I'm a pond guy, and John and we just discussed ponds yesterday. Let's dig them and let them go. And they're kind of nice being used during the fires right now. So with that being said, I believe what they did was gave guidance for you guys to overlook everything that's been heard, come back and realize, is there anything here? Are we doing enough? Forbearance seems to cover all of this. So I think the last paragraph says a lot, and I'm willing to let you guys, work it out amongst staff and come back, because we are changing. There are things changing as we move forward, and I have full faith in you guys bringing something back. I don't think we can do it. I actually think, and I believe this with builders and everything else, I think when you sit down and talk about this, I think you need to sit down with one of the HCGA or whichever growers you guys have a lot of respect for. Maybe a couple you don't respect to get just to get the whole view and find out. We're real good about setting rules up here. We're not paying for them. We're not living by them. And they're trying to follow the state rules, and then we throw more anchors on them, both in building, all the way across the board. So I think it's better we work with the people who gets affected. The people that are, that have to live by the rules need some input. I don't think they need to make the rules, but we need to know how to work. And the whole 1.0, this whole thing started in 2015 when we decided this. We had probably 50, 60 meetings with growers coming in trying to find out what would work. And then we talk about all these areas that are putting in 10,000 feet, 20,000, 30,000 feet, these large parcels of property. You can understand they can put any other agricultural crop, 50 acres of grapes, and they don't come anywhere near our office. any other agricultural crop. So I think we need to, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have these guidelines, but I think it's better coming if we have a concentrated effort by everybody that's affected and wants to, and the water community if they, So anyway, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I know Supervisor Wilson did have something if you'd like him. No, actually, are you ready now?
Yeah.
Because you were passing things on. Okay. Supervisor
Thank you
Bushnell,
through
then
the
Wilson.
board. So I would like to see consistency through our planning commission. I watch a lot of the commission meetings, and cannabis gets tore up a lot. And I don't see that consistency with other projects. Water is something that we all need to be concerned about, not just for the cannabis industry, but for all industries. I don't think rain catchment is ideal or works, as people have said earlier, for certain projects. I think forbearance is important. But what kind of forbearance? I think ponds are super efficient, and they provide fire suppression or areas for CAL FIRE to dip out of. Tanks right now, 5,000-gallon tanks are $5,200 on the average for a 5,000-gallon tank, which is expensive when you add it up. And yes, there is the grant. The grant is not $10,000 or $12,000. It's $18,000. It's 10 for water, 8 for solar, thousand. I want to see consistency coming from our planning commission. I don't want them picking and choosing projects or picking and choosing cannabis industries or saying that, this builder did everything right, so we're going to forget about the rules for them. But we're going to insist on bigger rules for the cannabis above and beyond what the ordinance says, when these folks are following the ordinances to begin with. And then we're going to require more that they do when they are towing the line and have been for 6 years. I think a forbearance is super important. Someone asked about my project. Yes, I have a rain catchment pond. I did it. I didn't have to, but I did it because I want to. I'm going to utilize that for my cows and for lots of things, for fire suppression. I think it's important if you can accomplish it. To mandate it, I don't want to. I don't think it's right. I don't think that we are for 1.0s that have been using water consistently for the last 6 years, to require more things of them when they're almost to the finish line. We have changed the goalposts for these folks so many times. I would like to ask Director Ford what you think is appropriate with this letter coming forward.
I think the Planning Commission absolutely wants an answer in terms of what they should do on a
Well, I think the
blanket.
Planning Commission has an answer. They have an ordinance that they should follow. And then I get that this letter, but they've been trying to institute this throughout since I've been elected. And the water issue is huge. But it's not just for cannabis, it's for everyone. Water is the life of everything on our planet. So to make this only applicable to cannabis because you can, it doesn't settle well with me.
Director Ford.
Thank you. And I would also just offer some options for the board to think about, is that given the fact that our IP holders are existing cultivators, they are pre-existing, they are baseline. So when it comes to them, adding requirements to what they're already doing is changing the goalposts for them. When it comes to new cultivation, and somebody mentioned that they didn't think there were 600 to 700 existing. That's how many we've got. Not all of them are IPs. So some of those 1.0 applications are for new. And so I would offer for the board's consideration that there could be a little bit of a distinction between allowing the IP holders, the existing cultivators, to continue to do what they're doing, since that is really baseline, even though we have been requiring that they submit geologic reports and demonstrate that their wells are disconnected. Many of them have converted from use of surface waters to use of well water, which 5 years ago was what they were pleaded with to do, and they did that. And so now we're asking them to justify that that was really a good idea. New cultivation, I'm sympathetic to people that have been in for 6 years, for sure, but that is a new impact. And in the light of the drought, the concerns with climate change, it may be a little bit more appropriate to make a distinction between new and existing.
Continue, and then Supervisor Wilson.
Director Ford, currently when the applications, 2.0 applications are coming forward, is it something that the planners are discussing with the cultivators about forbearance? Lots of the projects coming forward, it seems to be a top discussion. When some of my constituents call me, they say, well, the staff is saying they want me to do forbearance. And with the 2.0 applications, and my comment to them is, well, we're in a drought, we have water issues, this is what would look better for your project and be better for the environment. So I just wanted to ask that question.
I think we are encouraging new applicants to come in and have water available to forbear. And I want to make something really clear, if it's not already clear. Under 1.0, surface diversions are allowed for pre-existing cultivation. Under 2.0, surface diversion, even with forbearance, is not allowed. So the forbearance that's being discussed under 2.0 is something like for a well, and then that's water storage.
So if you did a forbearance for well use under a 2.0, would it be the April 1st to October 31st forbear period? And additionally, this last year we had huge amounts of rain in June and May and June, huge amounts. And so I'm wondering, and that doesn't mean we're still in a drought, and I get that. But is there a way to put something forward like this with considering the conditions, not just a standard this time to that time?
I think, in all honesty, and I want to be clear too, the staff hasn't been dogged and dogmatic about requiring forbearance for 2.0. What it's really attempting to do is encourage people to recognize the public and the commission have concerns with the use of well water. To the extent that they can forbear, to the extent that they can come in and demonstrate that they're not going to be using water in the later parts of the year, would be beneficial in the consideration of their permit. That's the message that's being given, I believe. So that being said, there is no regulatory component to requiring wells to forbear. That's something that really is done at this point either by an applicant agreeing or proposing that as part of their operations plan, or as a condition of the permit. And it, unfortunately, at that level, it's a case-by-case basis.
I have one more question. So in watching more than several meetings, consistently when the request comes through for forbearance, it's oftentimes way more than 20%, sometimes 50, sometimes 100%. We just had this happen. If we do a policy or ordinance change like this, and we say 20% of forbearance for new projects, what do you think the likelihood is then that the Planning Commission will say, no, we want more? Because it seems to be consistently happening.
Well, I think one of the things the Planning Commission has been struggling with is they hear from the public, and they do want to address the public concerns. And so some of the public is better educated and understanding than others, and so sometimes it's really hard to be able to target what's being asked for, and I think that's where sometimes we get into situations where projects have been conditioned to require more storage than at other times. It does start to get a little bit inconsistent.
So with that statement, doing this, do you think that could clean up the inconsistencies?
I think that if there were direction to develop a either an ordinance amendment or a policy to require forbearance, and to take some time to identify how that would be implemented and how that would be applied and to which projects. I think that that would be valuable because it would then establish expectations of what should be done.
Thank you. One last question. I know I said that already. The state and the State Water Board, do they not request, I mean, how does that work into this?
State Water Board does not address groundwater outside of groundwater basins, outside of really sigma basins.
Okay.
And so the use of groundwater is not regulated.
So about 5 years ago, you said that there was a change from surface water diversions to people, some requests for wells, and that came from, I believe, CDFW, requesting to go away from groundwater diversions and put a well in.
Go away from surface water diversion.
Surface water diversions. And do you know if that's still currently their thought process?
I don't believe it is.
Do you know what their thought process is?
I think they're concerned that there are too many wells being drilled.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I have a couple things. One is when we're talking about the IPs, is that with or without sort of add-ons? You know, because sometimes we get these IPs and then there's some add-ons, and then you're like, is that the threshold by which we consider that to be a new project?
So an interim permit is only for what we've previously documented that they have, no add-ons.
Right.
One of the things that was happening for a while, and we've really been more strict about this, is that people were trying to add in like ancillary propagation space and things like that. If that wasn't there, they don't get it now, particularly in areas where it's not allowed. If it could be approved under the ordinance, then it's considered.
And I'm just kind of wondering, in terms of the interpretation from the Planning Commission, have they been interpreting any kind of add-on? I mean, that the threshold is like new, and then is that what's been sometimes triggering some of these requests for storage? Or
I don't think there is a separate issue that the Planning Commission is struggling with right now, and I don't think it's related to water, but that is ancillary propagation. There was a presentation made to them about the need to expand from 10% to like 25% to have more area to cultivate plants, and particularly for genetic development for R&D. And the current regulations don't allow that, and they don't want to see strains die or strains not be developed. And so they've been struggling with what that should be. We are in the process of talking to the industry right now to find out what the real needs are. And depending on who you talk to, the needs are different. The propagation space isn't as much the issue. It's what the industry calls a staging area. And so I'll stop there. That's getting a little bit far afield, but it's a complicated discussion.
with regards to the recommendation to develop an ordinance that looks at forbearance, I mean, I think we've been talking about that for a while, and I think that's reasonable. I do think, I don't want it limited to cannabis myself. I think it should include all other users because it matters. And it's not just industry and agricultural, but we are seeing a tendency towards estate developments within our watersheds, and we need to think about that. We're seeing 10,000 square foot homes and whatever the associated landscaping and pools and other things associated with that. We're seeing, and we will, and with that, you're going to see more, vineyards and those sorts of things. Those are all gonna have impacts and potential impacts that are just they exist, and we need to address that, and we should be prepared for that. Been watching that trend south of here. It's coming here. We've seen a few of those permits coming through, and so I think we need to be ahead of that curve. And for me, I do think that it should not be we should not be differentiating between those things. I'm one of those people that does lean on the discretionary ability of the Planning Commission to take into account health and safety and environmental concerns. when the findings warrant that in certain conditions. I'm less of a, I don't know, and not, I don't mean absolutist, but I mean, I'm just less of a, we have ordinances and they're real and they're meaningful, but there is statutory discretion that the plan, that's why we have a planning commission for them to make some of those decisions. Whether I agree with them or not is a whole nother situation, but I do want to make sure that we, from my perspective, that we honor that responsibility with relationship to the planning commission. That being said, I do disagree with them on some of these items. So.
All right. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let's be clear. Ranchers were the original innovators of storage and forbearance, right? A lot of credit goes to Tasha McKee and Sanctuary Forest, and they certainly deserve it because they've brought that forward in a major way as well in the Mattole River. But ranchers have been building ponds in the hills for 100 years or longer because they recognized that they needed to catch that rainwater in the winter and store it for their range cattle and such. So kudos to the ranching community for being such innovators and showing us how this stuff gets done. I also heard recently that we're starting to see an increase of people coming in and paying their past cannabis taxes so that they can be eligible to get the grants to do storage and to convert from generators to solar and things like that. So that's a great example of how incentives work. You know, if you want to do this, then you need to get this current and move forward. So I'm really pleased to hear that. I think, as most of you know, I've always been a big supporter of incentives. But they go hand in hand with regulation, you know, or sticks. Incentives can't be effective unless there's a stick. And in that case, the stick is if you don't pay your past taxes, then you're not eligible for these grant programs, right? So to be effective as incentives, you need that stick. But I really prefer that we focus most intensively on the incentive part, the rewarding of the good stewardship. And I've spoken for years, decades, about the need for stewardship incentives at the state and the national level, similar to the solar tax credits and things like that, that have been phenomenal in its impact on getting solar panels on roofs. There's a reason why they go up there. It's called tax credits. And so stewardship tax credits, stewardship incentives, permit incentives and things, I think would ultimately go a long way towards helping us deal with the drought and other environmental concerns, and not just for the cannabis industry, but for all of us to consider, you know, do we need a 5,000-gallon tank with some rainwater collection just to be able to grow our own little food garden in our yard in the summer because water's getting short? So I very much think that we need that, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. It will take time, and I will certainly keep working on that. But in the meantime, can we provide more incentives for the cannabis industry? Because that's really what we're talking about here. For instance, what if we said if you add water storage and it costs you so much money, you can have a tax credit and write that off against your Measure S taxes? We could do that in a heartbeat. You know, this board could basically pass that kind of ordinance change or a new policy change and literally put that into motion within a couple of months. Because, you know, we do have this significant millions of dollars for helping people do this right now, but it's only going to serve a couple hundred farms, right? That money, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's 60 grand for water and 30 grand for energy. That, what is it, 10 million, 12 million? 18 million?
So total of 18 million.
Some for energy, some for water.
Right.
So that money, while it seems like a lot of money, will be gone. And so what's the follow-up there? Well, if we had a tax credit program, we wouldn't even need those grants coming in. We would literally just be offering incentives to people to add storage and forbear and be able to write that off against their Measure S taxes. I think that's a great way to try and proceed. I do think we need to do something because this keeps coming up at the Planning Commission. And then what happens is people appeal those decisions and they come to us and they think they're going to be able to get their appeal approved. and move forward. Well, that might not be true next year. That, things change over time. So I'd really like to see us be responsive to our planning commission. We appoint these folks. They work really hard. They struggle with the details of these projects far deeper than I do, or any of us, I believe, although I know Michelle is very engaged, going to the meetings, at least zooming in and paying attention, and making arguments on behalf of her constituents. So I think that if we don't do something, then what happens is the citizens start putting initiatives together to put it on the ballot, and that may or may not be the outcome we're looking for, right? The initiative process is a wonderful thing that the citizens have in their toolbox when we don't act, when we don't do something. And this isn't the first time we've been asked these questions. So I am very much a proponent of taking some action and providing direction to our planning director and staff to come back with some recommendations. I think that it was laid out nicely in the staff report, talking about a study area to kind of consider how some of these changes might work, and considering some other incentives. It talks about that in here for rainwater collection. And what I also heard you say, Director Ford, is that for those applicants that aren't required to store and forbear, but they agree to do it voluntarily, then those applications start moving forward faster because that particular issue has been dealt with. Whether or not it's in the ordinance or not, CEQA still is this overarching thing that says if things change and there's a drought and there are other impacts, then we need to adapt and be able to consider those impacts and consider what sort of mitigations we might bring forward to deal with those things. So I would very much like to see some movement forward in that arena. We've also had a lot of discussions with our state legislative representatives about expanding on the current rainwater catchment property tax exemption, whereby if you collect rainwater off your roof, off a hard surface into a tank, then it is not considered a property improvement. And so you don't get a new property tax. That's an incentive. But what about ponds? Why aren't we also incentivizing ponds that way? Supervisor Bushnell and I had great conversations with our legislative reps as well as DCC and others about how we could take that existing law and expand upon it so that we could incentivize ponds, because they are, as Supervisor Bushnell said, far more cost effective than tanks. They do have to be built well, engineered with proper dams and good overflow controls so that we don't lose these ponds mid-slope, creating all kinds of environmental damage. But we know how to do this now. We know how to build really stable ponds. And again, the ranchers have been showing us this for a long, long time. Without engineers, they were basically the beavers of the landscape. The engineers, they knew because they lived it, right? So there's that. I think that's basically what I wanted to say. I think forbearance is really important. I think it's also telling that there's really only one hydrogeologist that's even willing to do these studies. What's going on with that? Why is there only one geologist in the whole county willing to do this? I mean, from what I hear from the other geologists is they don't want to touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole for a number of reasons, but there is only one hydrogeologist that is doing this. And it talked in our staff report about that's created a 6-month delay, that staff are trying to bring projects forward, but until those hydrogeo studies are done on hydroconnectivity and stuff, those projects can't move forward. I think that in some ways, rather than spending money on trying to prove the disconnections, which frankly, as I've said before, I believe everything's interconnected at one level or another. Every drop you take out of the ground is connected to something somewhere. And I frankly believe that it'd be far more cost effective and timely for people to just go ahead and figure on doing storage and forbearance, even if they have a well, and instead of trying to prove disconnection, just agree that it is probably connected. It's a big issue. Why not go ahead and do storage and forbearance and move forward? And that would allow people to move forward on their projects by adopting that. And if they knew that they could either get a grant or they could write off that expense against their Measure S taxes, then I think we'd see movement on a lot of those projects sooner than later. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before I go to others, I did want to ask Director Ford, because you've been really busy writing things down. Are you getting a sense, do you want us to give you lots of specifics of what we want to come back? Or I see you taking a lot of notes, and I'm thinking we give you the latitude to come back with putting what you heard today and bring it back to us. And then I do believe Supervisor Bushnell wanted to speak. So if you wanted to answer that and then go to Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm getting a sense of what the board is looking for. Where I kind of sense it going is direction to staff to go away and bring back something for the board to consider.
All right, thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bushnell.
So I would like to make a motion as to that, is that we send this back to the planning staff to come back with recommendations concerning forbearance. I really want to say that I appreciate Roby's comment today and her clarification, which was my thought process also. She's very engaged, and Bonnie also, I just really want to say that your grasp of what's happening is accurate in my mind. So my motion would be that we send this back to planning staff to come back with recommendations to us for Planning Commission. However, so that would be the motion. My concern, though, is going forward that I want to ensure that while we're doing this process, that Planning Commission can be considerate, that we've heard them, and be patient as we get some ordinance or policy changes coming forward, and to not stifle projects as they come to them. And I guess with that statement, I wanted to ask Director Ford how he feels that may go.
I think there's a motion.
I'll second that for discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I was just going to say I'd been more comfortable with that. Yes, and Director Ford.
Thank you. I think that's fine. I think that's helpful for the Planning Commission to understand that they really are in the mode of the previous board direction, which is that if you find a need to impose additional conditions, you have discretion to do that to address specific challenges and needs. And it really does come down to there being whether or not there are facts on the record to say that something needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
Do we want to limit the direction with relationship to ordinance language to just forbearance, or do we want to have language related to storage too? I mean, it seems like we should have that should be included.
My interpretation of that is forbearance is storage.
Okay, all right. Make sure.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I don't know how many times we've had this conversation. I think Supervisor Madrone brought it up that all the ranches and all the lands I've covered over 60 some odd years, I have not seen any of the ranchers' ponds blow out. But the other thing is they're not putting a mid-slope. They're going somewhere where it's flat. And and we keep talking about, I don't have the vision. I know Supervisor Madrone lives on a large piece of property in the hills. In the woods, but I don't have the opportunity to put a 5,000 square foot tank to do my little vegetable garden or anything like that. But I think my water comes out of the Mad River, so I'm in good shape. I'm not too big a hindrance. But as we move forward, I'm big on ponds because besides the cost and besides the visual aspects of we're talking people to put in 20, 30, 40 5,000-gallon tanks or a 50,000-gallon bright aluminum out in the middle of their field, a pond is so much more beneficial to the wildlife. They have crawl space, and like you said, there's overflows. So I would really love to see us make these ponds a little bit easier, that they're more accessible, because I don't know if anybody knows what the footprint is to build a plastic 5,000-gallon tank is. But remember, they were being built there for a while in Riadale. It's not cheap for electricity. It's not cheap, and it's all fossil fuels it's being built out of. So if we can do it more natural, I think I'd like to look that way, and tanks be the last option. And since this is cannabis specific right now, my comments that about all the other industries that could go in is not to saddle all the industries that we have that are so successful for over 100 years in our farming and ranching community and our agricultural community. You know, you got to remember, less than 100 years ago, we were the #1 producing agricultural county in the state. So some of that can come back. Fur creep set in, so we've lost a lot of that, so.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson.
Well, my wish would be to not saddle any industry. So if, Director Ford, is there a possibility with that motion that you could include the incentive-based reduction for Measure S if you aren't qualifying or don't get in time to the grant process? That if you do forbearance storage, that could be something to be considered?
Yes.
I figured he wrote it down when Supervisor Wilson,
Yeah, I saw that, but I didn't include that in my motion, and I think that that's very important. And specifically with cannabis, they'll feel better about having to do something extra. The one thing I wanted to say about ponds is, yes, they're great. They are somewhat, to begin with, more expensive than a 5,000-gallon tank. And also it requires area. Not all farms have that area available to them or have the slopes or lands that can accommodate a pond. So, and I know, Rex, you said, you know, if it works, lots of areas don't work for it.
Supervisor Wilson.
Great, thanks. Actually, Supervisor Bushnell made the point that I was going to make is like the paradigm that is the ranches of that exist and have existed are hundreds and thousands of acres, and what we're, you know, the types of development we're talking about are on 20s and 40s and even as small as 10s, and it's just not the same thing. And it's exponentially more impactful because you're having that many more straws in the ground and everywhere else, and so it's just not what it was, and that's what we're trying to adapt to. And what we are talking about is new impacts. We're not talking about existing. We're talking about new. For me, it doesn't matter whether it's residential or new industry or whatever. New impacts need to account for the new situation we're in and the situation that we're moving towards. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate this discussion and happy to vote yes on the motion.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I have one last question. With this motion and this thought process, would it be helpful in this motion that we direct the Planning Commission to continue forward with approving projects and not wait or postpone approval based on this coming back? I wouldn't want to do that either with current projects coming forward. These folks have waited a long time, especially the 1.0s. And I wouldn't want the Planning Commission to read into this and say, oh, we're going to wait until this comes.
So my expectation based upon the direction and motion that was made is to give feedback to the Planning Commission that the board has taken and given direction for staff to look at options relative to water storage and forbearance, and that they have asked that the Planning Commission maintain the status quo in terms of evaluating each project on its own individual merits, and if there are circumstances that require special conditions to be added, that they really specifically identify what the impact is, why the impact is significant unless something's done, and then what the condition does to address it within the findings.
So would that be a letter that you create possibly for our board to send to them in the interim while we're waiting?
If that's what the board would like to do, I can certainly draft that letter, yes.
I would like to amend my motion to include that if the seconder is okay.
Okay. And then I think Supervisor Madrone, and then I have one question. Just I wanted to clarify something.
Thank you. Good discussion all the way around. You know, eventually it'd be wonderful to have incentives for water storage and forbearance for people growing food. You know, we hear this a lot. What about where's my grant? I'm growing all this food for the community, but there's no grant for me to store water or to do things. So eventually we need to get there. But the thing about that, to tie those incentives to taxes, you've got to get the state and the federal government to be on board. So that's a long process with something like a Stewardship Act or whatever, modeled over the solar tax credits, things like that. So I just want to mention that because I think, in all fairness, we want to try and expand these opportunities for food growing in particular, I would think, over time. But that's not what we're here for today. The other thing is, when we start requiring forbearance, the issue of enforcement comes up. These are really rural properties. And while you can use the eye in the sky to check on canopy and other kinds of site conditions, it's pretty tough with the eye in the sky to discover whether or not forbearance is actually happening. And if we're going to incentivize, give people grants and do all these things to store water, and we're requiring forbearance, how do we enforce that? Well, we actually have an example of that. So up in Trinidad and Lufenholtz Creek, there is the only forbearance that's ever been required on a non-cannabis project. It was on a subdivision whereby they are required to forbear from pumping from July 1st, I believe it is, through November 1st. And there's telemetry that is available to us now with all these new technologies where it is set up at the well, and when they pump, a signal goes to a graph or a record at the planning department. So the planning department is actually able to have staff in Eureka sit there and look, is this property forbearing or not? And it produces a graph and a record of that. So I would submit to you that if we're going to have significant forbearance going on, we're probably going to want to consider a requirement for telemetry so we can monitor it. It's not that expensive, and I don't know how else we enforce it, frankly. And if it's not enforceable, why are we even considering doing it, right? Because people will do it as long as conditions are right, but I think we saw, was it just last week, where a farmer said that he was willing to store, he had plenty of storage, and he was willing to forbear in the dry period, but he wasn't willing to put that requirement, he wasn't willing to sign onto that requirement, which basically suggested to me that if he ran out of water, he was going to go ahead and pump in the dry period, right? So with those kinds of examples, I think it is important that we consider how we enforce these things. Doesn't need to be part of the motion. I just think it's something that we need to consider, Otherwise, it's doesn't have any substance behind it, right? So.
All right, and then I have a question, and I think Supervisor Wilson, did you say you wanted to do another thing after that? Okay. In the letter that we did get from the commission, they had mentioned that they, voted recently to require the following condition, that a minimum of, 20% of the total annual irrigation needs will be collected as rainwater catchment and storage. I just want to make sure that is that something that they are planning to still do? Because I would hope that they'd take from this discussion that we're going to be coming back with something else, and I just want to make sure that that is not listed, in their rules that they follow, since they did pass their own little vote on it.
I understand that to be part of the modified motion to send that message back.
I just wanted to make sure.
And then the two permits that did receive that condition, the board will be considering today.
Okay. It's just when they did their own letter and they voted, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like totally official. Supervisor Wilson had a comment, and then Supervisor. Well, no, I just wanted to make sure it didn't have the specific language, and I thought, when you said not to wait, I kind of assumed that, but I wanted to just make sure. Supervisor Wilson.
I just wanted to mention that if we're talking about breaks on Measure S, we have to charge for Measure S to give a break for it. So for whatever that's worth. Yeah.
And Supervisor Bohn.
And then I was to Director Ford. What is changing next year in the water forbearance or whatever? Because Supervisor Madrone said things are changing next year. Is that water forbearance, or is there a rule coming down from the state on water forbearance? Okay, I misunderstood then.
I was referring to the makeup of the board is changing in January. And who knows, it may change some of these outcomes. We don't know.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Wilson, you finished your comment, right? Okay, good. I think, oh, you already voted. Well, I think I'm in the way.
So thank you, Director Ford, to you and your staff. I know you guys work really diligently to help the Planning Commission and to get to these areas, and I really appreciate the work that's going to have to go into this, and I'm sorry that it's going to add to your guys' workload.
All right, passes 5-0, and I think I'm in the way, but I'm still here for 4 months, just so you guys know that, right? So at this point, I've heard a request for a brief break. And so we'll come back in here at 11:15. We have a lot of stuff that needs to get done, and I do want to, yeah. So 11:15. Yeah. Yes, it was good. All right, so we're back. And so our next item comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's a report from the Drug Task Force. Director Ford, I'm going to hand this to you.
Thank you, Chair Bass. John Ford, Mark Carlson, and I believe Hank Siemens on the phone with the Drought Task Force to provide the board with an update of the information that the Drought Task Force has been looking at. I'd like to start by just showing some of the drought projections that we currently have. And this is as of August 25th. It was released August 18th. But this shows the drought projections for August 18th through November 30th of 2022. And it does show that the area that we're included in, that the drought does persist. This shows the severity of the drought and the intensity of the drought in most of Humboldt County, which is, my cursor's not working, is over, obviously, where you can, well, everybody knows where Humboldt County is. It's largely in severe drought, with perhaps a portion of it being in more significant drought in the eastern area of the county. So we do see the drought continuing and persisting, and that has been the case all the way through the dry season. And it looks like it's going to persist into the fall. Did want to just give a quick update on the status of the Resiliency Program Manager. There have been discussions on this, and progress is being made. This is a position that's being created within the CAO's office. It's currently being defined, and will shortly go out for recruitment. And then, as was discussed earlier, we are in the process of developing a well permitting pilot program. We're currently working with a consultant to modify the scope of work. And what that, I think, is going to end up being is that we're going to modify the contract, and we're going to have to bring it back for the board's approval because it will exceed $50,000 at that point. The funding of that is coming out of the DCC money. That will be the funding program for that. I'm now going to ask Mr. Carlson to update you on a couple things.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Can you hear me? Yes. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to talk about Senate Bill 552, give a brief update on. Lights on?
There you go.
Good projection, but just not that. Okay, well, sit tall, right? Deep breaths. So thanks again, Chair Bass and members of the board. Mario Calson, I'm the Director of Environmental Health. I'm going to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 552 and harmful algal blooms. So last time, the Drought Task Force gave an update to the board. Before I get to that, let me describe 552 just to remind folks what that is. And that's a bill that has requirements for some public water systems, state government agencies, and counties. So counties is what we are engaged in and responsible for to deliver compliance on. Counties are required to develop a drought and water shortage contingency plan for state small water systems and domestic wells. In development of the plan, the Drought Task Force previously recommended formation of a 552 working group. And after weighing some of the pros and cons of identifying panelists, coming up with criteria, who would appoint the panelists, we now recommend a series of public meetings to facilitate public participation and contribution to this plan. Staff from environmental health and planning have connected and will coordinate the meetings following upcoming educational webinars presented by Department of Water Resources. These educational webinars are designed to give counties context and provide guidance in developing the mandated plans. Actually, that outreach meeting is going to be tomorrow, so staff should be able to subsequently get together pretty quick and coordinate public meetings this fall. Harmful algal blooms are anticipated to occur annually in late summer, usually late July, early August. We've had 2 reports of harmful algal blooms at locations in Humboldt County. Results from samples taken by Big Lagoon Rancheria have been shared with environmental health and have been shown to exceed safe concentrations of toxins that are produced by cyanobacteria. Following the notice and with coordination with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, we posted signs warning the public about the potential health effects about exposures to swimming at Big Lagoon, and we also circulated a news release to educate the general community. A second location was reported to environmental health, and after visual inspections by staff, observations indicated hazardous, harmful algal blooms may be present, and in the south fork of the Eel River upstream from the Bryceland Road Bridge, cautionary signs were posted to inform people that were considering bathing there.
Supervisor Bohn has a question.
Mario, you said may be present. Did we test that waters? We didn't test them, we just took it upon?
Right, no, environmental health currently doesn't have allocated budget to do surface water sampling and testing for cyanobacteria. We had a grant for a little while from the state to do that testing, and early this summer that grant was exhausted.
So is that where the dog died?
Yeah, the puppy.
Is that where you get, is that what was the, okay.
That's what we believe, and I don't.
All right, okay, I'm just asking. I didn't know if we ran out and did that, so.
So our current response when we get notice that there may be a hazardous algal bloom, staff will go out and do a visual inspection because we currently don't have the funds to do the sampling. But there are some visual cues that we can use that are indicative of a harmful algal bloom.
Did you guys do that there?
Yes.
You did, okay. And you guys saw those visual signs present?
Yes, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can continue.
That's essentially the report.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
And exposure generally, the danger of exposure is through ingestion, correct? Or is there some other pathway besides ingestion that we know about?
There's a variety. You can come out, there's different types of pathogens or toxins. There's hepatotoxins, which can affect your kidneys and your liver. There's neurotoxins that affect your nervous system. Symptoms can include rashes, numbness, tingling.
Well, I didn't say indigestion. I said ingestion, which means that you have to actually consume it. It's not topical.
It can be topical.
It can be topical.
Right.
Okay.
So that's when you'd come out with
that.
rashes.
That's what the rashes, but that's not the cyano.
There are many types. There are different types of toxins produced by cyanobacteria.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
All right, thank you. Are there other staff that are going to be, I mean, anyone on Zoom? I think you said.
No, we're done.
Just then, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
So, given the continuation, we just continue forward with the drought proclamation, I'm assuming, and do we have, I mean, are we going to start reacting to the drought, or are we just going to keep updating?
I think, well, it's not just that we're monitoring, we're actively looking, but we're not seeing at this point situations that require significant action immediately, and that really has been part of the concern. We'd like to get out ahead of that. We want to obviously get out ahead of that with the wells, get out ahead of that with surface water, but at this point there are not the circumstances that require an intervention.
Thank you for that. And then Mario, how is the well permitting going? How are you guys doing? You know, how many do you have in the queue? What does it look like over there?
So the current backlog is roughly around 68 wells. Many of them have been on the shelf for a while, in that we've corresponded with the applicant and asked for more clarification, or their application was insufficient, or they need to have satisfy CEQA and get approval through the planning department or the planning commission, depending on what type of application they're associated with. We receive and approve average 5 to 10 domestic wells a month, and those are proceeding through the permitting process.
Also, thank you for that. And then I'm assuming Director Ford's department, once those ag wells come over and CEQA is determined or not to fall under there, that they come back to you, and then if it does fall within that parameter, you approve it?
That's right.
Okay. And one last question. Have you been throughout Humboldt County getting any reports of dry wells, domestic wells, or ag wells?
In the past 30 days, I think we did receive one application for a replacement well, and working with the property owner, we tried to motivate them to do a dry well report through the Department of Water Resources. And I don't believe that was done, because when you go to the DWR website, it still only shows 2 reports.
And those were from last year?
And those were from last year. So.
Or one from 2 years ago and one from last year. On that well, that you, the replacement well, was it domestic or ag?
Domestic.
Thank you. And what area?
That was in the Lolita area.
Look, really? Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Certainly is interesting stuff, and you know, we probably are going to need to start thinking about actions at some point, because I think things are pretty desperate. But some of those actions can come in, for instance, through increased investments from the federal government to do forest thinning from below, limbing and thinning to bring back our groundwater, as well as road decommissioning and or road upgrades to reduce the diversions from hillsides. But that's all long-term stuff, and will take billions of dollars, not millions. But it is part of the solution for the Eel River Russian two-basin solution process. I would move that we accept and receive the report from the Drought Task Force.
All right. Is this a second?
Second.
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment on this. If you happen to be listening and you wish to comment, press star 9 to raise your hand. I'm trying to find. We do have one. All right, 7454. And followed by 7108.
Thank you for letting me make comment on this. My question is you're having a new person regarding this topic, but instead of working for environmental health, it sounded like maybe I misunderstood. It was going to work for the CAO's office, whereas I think that correct place for that position to be might be environmental health instead, since they're the ones making the presentation and that's their topic. I also didn't hear anybody making mention regarding bringing something forward in the future to fund them so they can test for the toxins in the rivers and lagoons around here. They lost their funding, was the testimony, so it sure be nice if the county was going to go ahead and get funding. That testing is imperative for public health, safety, and welfare. Just about being negligent not to put money into that testing. I know areas like the Mad River and down here, allegedly people aren't swimming anymore because of fear of that, which happens this time of year, and it sure would be a shame to lose a loss of life or really negative health issues because we didn't put a little money into the testing process and then therefore warning people. I guess a little bit later we'll talk about water and a little bit more on this and get into some specifics. A question to kind of keep in mind is regarding CEQA process, which is brought up frequently on these recent topics, is what CEQA was ever done for ancillary uses and the water taking of that and the justification for that in your permitting process. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I guess I will have a little further chance when we hear a couple more hearings a little later in the day. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Our next is 7108. Press *6 to unmute, followed by 3053.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry again. Thanks for the task force report. I would like to encourage when these public meetings, before they happen, that there's robust public notice so people know about it ahead of time, and that it's also where people can do like they do with the Board of Supervisors. You can attend in person or Zoom. I think it's really important to have the Zoom option. Also, I live in the southeastern part of Humboldt. I believe we're in the extreme drought area. And I was just wondering what circumstances would be considered enough to take some kind of action, and what kind of action would that be? So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. So, Thomas, 3053, you're up.
Good morning still. Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me there, Chair?
Yes, I can.
Hi, so I support the moving forward with the Drought Task Force. As I've stated numerous times, it would be good, as it may look like there may be cultivation curtailment in regards to the existing language with in the cannabis ordinances, to look at what months you're asking for people to forbear, whether, even though the wells are not hydrologically connected, if you're asking for people to forbear from that resource, what months would you be wanting them to forbear from? And then look at what the water usage is for those months. And then so that way you're making sure the forbearance is in line with the months you're asking people not to pump. It's something, a lot of people were brought up that, you don't pump right now. And that's just, and you make sure you have, regardless of your water source, you make sure you have storage right now. So that way you're just leaving that water in the aquifer to continue recharging. So that's just something to really asking for a deep look at it, and not just a percentage base, as I've heard numerous times people say, oh, you need 10%, oh, you need 20%. Sometimes 10% might not even be enough water storage to get them through 90 days, depending on when that is in the cultivation cycle. I do know that there's many cultivators out there that, due to the current drought, aren't planting third runs right now. Right now would be that time that you would be replanting that third run, and they are, just not planting those. Not all of them, but some people are doing that. And as we are in a drought, I'm going to go on a stretch here and tie this part in. We are in a drought right now, but it will rain eventually. So any hazardous materials that are currently on county-maintained surfaces, it'd be nice to treat those, because once it does rain, that water can carry those hazardous materials into our waterways and continue contaminating water resources for drinking water, for public health, for salmonoids, for fish, all those other things. So some people know what I'm talking about. So have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So those are all the hands up from online. So we'll go to those in the person. So this is the time if you'd like to speak on this drought item, come forward. Welcome.
Chair Bass, Vice Chair Steve Madrone, Supervisors Wilson, Bohn, and Bushnell, and our Director of Environmental Health. I was very concerned when I received the news that the little river flowing through our Moonstone Beach had been declared hazardous. And I'm grateful that we have Californians and people from our Humboldt County that are monitoring the water quality for Big Lagoon and the southern fork, South Fork of the Eel River, and where the pathogens and toxins and trying to prevent and analyze and then recover from times of drought and then as our previous caller and commenter mentioned, when we have the rains that come along and from our roadways and all parts of then processing these non-human parts of keeping them out of our swimming and drinking and cooking and recycled water for our fish and for our best efforts in stewardship. And so the consideration of forest thinning and managing our landscapes and the resiliency program management, where Humboldt Area Foundation has some funds and a possibility of supporting your work and continuing the best efforts in the symbiotic qualities of our gorgeous county better and better. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. And I don't see any others coming forward, so we'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Director Ford, did you want to add anything?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, so I think then we are ready to vote. Looks like, okay, passed 5-0. So I want to ask our CAO, so we have time sets at 12 o'clock. We have 15 minutes. We do have the PG&E appeal, so I guess Director Ford, I should probably have you in this question. Trying to figure out.
I don't think we have time to start the PG&E unless you want to break in the middle of it, which I wouldn't recommend. So I think that we can break until noon, come back here when County Council can read closed session in, and then ideally try to be back by 1:30 for time set.
I want to apologize to both Allison and Jeff who are there waiting. You're being very patient. Sometimes we just don't know. Rex?
We confirm that they have at least 25 minutes of presentation time between them.
If we're going to break now, why don't we just have Kent County Council read it now, or does he have to wait till noon?
Read it at noon.
It has to be read in at noon.
All right, so Guess we get a break. Yeah, some people are excited about it. I hate to start without Supervisor Madrone, but it looks like we do. I'm not starting without him. All right, so I can't start without him. All right, so we are at our time set closed session items, and I'd like to ask our county counsel to brief us on closed session. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Bass. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of North Coast Environmental Center et al. Versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2100518, and Timothy Brenfleck versus Shannon Conaway et al. Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2200567. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. So we will start with public comment on the phone, and then we'll go to those in person. There's only one hand up online, so 7454. Just press *6. Welcome. I see you're unmuted.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
We hear you.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Kent.
Can you hear
Your
us?
technology's not working if you can hear me. There we go. So thank you. I'm sorry for the pause, but your technology was not sending any kind of audio through the phone system at all. So I had no idea where you were at on that.
Before you start, I'll just say we could hear you just fine. So.
Okay, well that's good because you came on just as like my third prompt there to get to you.
All right. No worries.
Anyway, I do appreciate the opportunity to comment on these closed session items. You have one with NEC there, and we don't know which one that is, but I think the main one they have is Rolling Meadows out there. Highly recommend that you go ahead and settle that one with NEC there and get that off your table. You have another new one on there which I haven't seen before, and I don't have a clue what that one's about. And then, of course, you have the one you always put on there for every single time, which I guess means you can discuss your workers as far as negotiations for wages and things. I will always, since you have it on there each time, I'm always going to go to bat, especially for the people I always have, which are your in-home health care workers, that they get above 50 cents above minimum wage, and they get some health care. So that's thank you for the opportunity to speak even over and around technical difficulties. This isn't the first time, so when people can't respond to you, it can be that we have no audio coming through our phone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And so as we go to public comment, to those who are here, if you're interested in making comment, can you please stand at the side of the room in a queue so I know how many are going to be speaking, and then we can also move through more quickly. So, all right, welcome for the first speaker.
So, greetings. My name is still Vivian Denniston. I still reside in Eureka, and I'm still a regional VP for my union, SEIU 2015. Your negotiator has had our entire proposal since May with no action, nothing. You have met 11 times since we gave him our packet. That is not bargaining in good faith. We need a date to begin bargaining, because the only person gaining anything in this negotiation is your negotiator. that I would like the public to know you bring from Sacramento. He's an attorney, negotiator, and he's paid by the hour. So I think that information, I would love to see that be made public so the public knows how much you're paying to keep home care workers in poverty. We do not feel valued or respected. And as you know, we have no retirement, we have no health care. And we are essential workers. During the COVID shutdown, I did not hear of one person not going to work to take care of their client because they knew that client would not have a meal, would not have a bath, would not have clean laundry if they didn't show up. And often, more often than not, in the very beginning, they went without any protection. We had no masks, no gloves, we had nothing. So please, I need you to do the right thing. I need you to start bargaining in good faith. And just a reminder to you and the public, the county pays slightly over 16 cents on the dollar for any raise that we get. 16 cents on the dollar. Just the fact that we have county by county negotiating is an irritant. It should be by the state. So please bargain with us in good faith. You've had plenty of time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you don't mind, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vivian. And next we've got, welcome.
Hello, Antoinette Skiles. Here we are again, and I'd like to say that, one, I'm tired, and I hope you guys are, because like Vivian was said, I definitely double everything she said. And for the home care workers that have disability children or caring for loved ones at home, they have it the worst, the worst. I mean, I at least get my taxes and I have to pay my taxes. They have no retirement, none whatsoever. And I'm coming to find out that, like I've always mentioned, people with money are going to have a harder time then. We don't fix this program and keep it running because, like, I have somebody right now, I'm trying to coordinate, dialysis all the way to Crescent City because somebody gave him 3 times a week here in Crescent City, and why would they even do that? So this is a survival that we have to get him there or figure it out. This is one of the things that I do. Because I care about people. And we should care about them too, and why they were sending an elder to Crescent City 3 times a week is beyond me. So I'm here to speak for all of us as I spoke last time. And I don't like doing this over television and everybody to know, but this is what it's for. And because we have no date, this is our alternative is coming here and speaking with you here and letting everybody know. Like I said, you're hearing our complaints in your county, in our county, or because we believe in you and set you on those seats and voted you guys in to help us out here. And we believe and we have faith that you guys are going to be the team to do it. Let's do it. Because I'm tired. I mean, this one here over here, you can't see her, Carol Saucier, as my coworker. She usually sits in for me when I have to do something. Well, now she can't sit in, and thank God for hospice, because they're sitting in for me so I can be here. I shouldn't have to do this, but I am. And we're going to keep going until we get what we deserve. And mutual respect goes a long way. Okay, so I'm going to let it go on to the next person, because I'm sure you're done listening to me, and I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you, Antoinette. All right, next, and just a reminder, it's 3 minutes max, okay? All righty.
I would just want...
You're good.
I want to talk... I want to play for the fires, and when you play for the fires, I saw a fire come down to Humboldt, Eureka. It was smoky. I need to play for that. Everybody, let's play for that. And with the Father, I pray for that fire. Lord, help you contain it, Lord. Help you let the firefighters contain it, Lord. And God bless you all.
All right, thank you. Yeah. That's,
So I'm Katie Coventry.
Katie, you might want to bring the microphone a little closer there to you there.
I'm Katie Coventry, and I'm home care provider. And the gentleman that just spoke before me, those are the people that we're taking care of in this community. I mean, these people would not be able to stay home if it wasn't for us going in and helping these people out. We, on our own, take people like the fair just happened. They'd like to go to the fair. We don't get paid for taking them to the fair, but I do it because I care about the people and they need to get out. It's time to get a raise. It's time for health care. I don't know about you, but I've been to the grocery store. I'm filling up my gas tank. Nothing's getting any cheaper, yet we're still doing the care. And we continue to do the care because we care about the people in this county. We want the elderly and disabled to be able to stay in their homes as long as they're able to. I don't want to have to put someone in a nursing home and get a job where people are not respected. So it's time we get a raise and some benefits. So, and you'd also get more people that are willing to care for people if you would pay them. I mean, when people are making more at McDonald's, why would they want to come do home care? Pay them, and then they'd like to come and do home care and feel how it feels to be able to take care of people. We are passionate about the care that we our clients and the people that we do, and we want to continue to do this in this county. So it's time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Welcome.
Well, hi, my name is Sheree Utterback. Good afternoon. As what they said, we fight every day, risking our lives to help people that need it. I work for 2 clients. I started when I was 15 years old. I'm 29. I'm afraid that I'm not going to have a place to stay. This keeps going. All these lovely people out here is why we fight. That guy that spoke, he has a disability. We help people that have disabilities that need to be in a wheelchair like Fawn over here. It's hard. It's struggle. Some of us want to quit, but we don't give up because this is what we love to do. Medication, IVs, if they're in the hospital, we don't get paid. So think about us helping you, because that's all we do is give back to the community, and we want to be respected. I'm lucky enough to have my mom also be a caregiver, so I can come to events like this to speak on what I love to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi.
So about 3 months ago, we gave our proposal. Since that date, you have met 11 times where you had the opportunity to respond, but did not. So today, again, here we are, and we're asking for a date. We deserve a raise, we deserve to be shown respect, and we deserve to be given a date. We are given a limit of about 5 people to speak due to your full agenda. Given a limited time to speak, and out of respect, we do as we are asked. But we ask for the same respect by giving us a date today. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome.
Good morning. My name is Siva Dramelli, and I have been doing this job for 30 years. I'm on my 31st year, and I am here to tell you this is not the first time I've had to go before a board of supervisors and ask to give us a raise. I don't know of any other profession in the state of California where they have to go and beg people for money to keep enough salary coming into their households so they can survive. If there is one, I'd like to know who it is. I'm the only one that I know of, caregivers. And it's not right. We may need, each and every one of us, God forbid that any of us in this room that are healthy and strong and get around on our own and we can do what we want. Heaven forbid that any of us ever need a provider. But if we do, I'd like to have one. I'd like to be able to have that person be there. And every year it gets harder and harder for us to bring new providers into the fold because the money is not there. I was taking care of my 44-year-old son. He passed away a year ago, and now I'm having to take care of 3 people outside of my home just to keep going. I'm 67. I'm working harder now than I did when I was younger. And if I didn't, I wouldn't have a roof over my head because nobody's going to step up and pay my rent. Nobody is going to step up and make sure I have food on my table. So it's me now. I'm 67, and people ask me, oh, when are you going to retire? And I look at them and laugh because there is no retirement for someone who is making their own living. So if they paid us our wages, $20 an hour, that's what we're trying for in the state of California, for minimum wage. That sounds like a lot of money probably to all of you. But when you stop and think about what we have to do for that $20 an hour, follow a caregiver for one day. Go into where they work and see what they do. And you will understand that $20 an hour is nothing compared to what we have to do and what we have to put up with. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzette Miller, and I'm here to just thank you for letting us speak before you, and God bless you. This job, I love this job, and when our clients call in sick, we don't have a paycheck. We have to wait until they get out of the hospital. My client is sick right now, so I'm without a job. Making ends meet these days is quite hard. You know, you got to have a job and all of this. And so when our clients call in sick and we don't have a job, it's not like we can go down to the unemployment line and say, hey, just for a minute, you know. And so I would like to just see favor on this for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Excuse me.
Hi, I'm Beverly Galton from Willits, Mendocino County. Anyway, I've done private pay and I do IHSS work as well. And I love what I'm doing. I had to put an end to office work. That was just getting too boring and too political. But I had a friend of mine that I took care of a couple of years ago, and she told me, she says, Bev, you're in better shape than I am. I'm 79 years old. I should be retired. And I moved out here from Vermont. I'm a California girl. I am tired of making poor pay. I'm not getting benefits. I look at the nursing home. I look at McDonald's and all these fast food places. You're getting $15 an hour, and you'll automatically get a raise next year. I have to fight for it. You guys better wake up and smell the roses.
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone else, and I did not put a time limit. I want to clearly say I wanted to ask how long as a time estimate, and there was, I guess, in some conversation. So I don't want it to be that. What? I didn't do a limit on speakers. Anyway, there was a discussion on how many people might speak, so I didn't put an artificial. I did not stop it at 5. No, you didn't. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. I was going to say there was a misunderstanding there on that one. So I think with that, we're ready to go into closed session. But is there an estimate of when we might? I know, forget that. How about we'll come back at 1:30 because we know we'll be here at 1:30.
Yeah, we're pretty confident-ish that we'll be back at 1:30 for our public comment on non-agenda items.
All right. We'll be back. Yeah, thank you. All right. Sorry for the delay. Can we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair Bass. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items K1 and K3. With regard to item K2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Office of County Counsel to represent the County of Humboldt in the case of Timothy Brenfleck versus Shannon Conway et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2200567.
All right, thank you. So I do apologize for people who are watching us. We had a long closed session, so we're a little late to get to our public comment on non-agenda items. Before we do, just a reminder that when we come back after our break on September 27th, we will be moving public comment on non-agenda items to the morning after consent calendar. Is that your understanding, Vice Chair Madrone?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, so people have a little heads up on that. Yep, we moved it all over. It all depends on what's going on. So we're good. We're going to go back to that. Okay, you didn't have COVID. I mean, well, you did. All right, so we do have one hand up for public comment on the phone. We're going to go there first. And if you're interested, raise your hand now by pressing *9. So 0116, Ash, I believe that's you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, it's Ash Teeter here. Just wanted to share some kind of news events with the board and whoever's listening that are not, in the agenda. Recently, there's a whistleblower in the FBI came out and talked about how the FBI actually suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop scandal during the 2020 election. And then a senior FBI official who was headed up that probe, he just resigned. It's a Timothy Humboldt. He's a former assistant special agent. And also Mark Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan, and he said that during the 2020 election, the FBI contacted Facebook advising them to, censor people on, talking about that story and stuff. So that's something to consider when trusting, media, social media, all that, the government is out there advising our media and social media. It's kind of more of a oligarchy than a democracy. But also some of the things to check out, like True the Vote, they put out a presentation called The Pit, and it deals with China's involvement in the 2020 election. Also, if you haven't done so already, the 2000 Mules, that covers the ballot trafficking in the 2000 election. And then recently, Mike Lindell put out another presentation called A Moment of Truth. And one segment in that, they're talking about the Maricopa County and, how they've had the audit and all that in Arizona. I guess Stephen Richards, their county recorder, and here's a little clip of him when he kind of changed his tune when they went before a congressional hearing and found out that he was on tape, being somewhere that he shouldn't, when he pretty much deleted some of the information before he handed it out over to the audit staff.
Absolutely. And, when Cyber Ninja came forward and issued the report and said these files were absolutely deleted, they're lying, they didn't know at the time that our organization, We the People, AAC Alliance, had been surveilling them and had this video. So when it was announced on September 24th at the Senate audit, Andy Biggs called a congressional hearing, and that's what this is. And all of a sudden, their whole story changed because they were under oath and they were caught on camera.
So they changed their tune here.
They absolutely did.
Here we go. Is it standard practice to delete files off a server after an election?
I would say that it is appropriate to maintain files, and that's exactly what we did. We deleted the deleted files that have been discussed. They were archived.
So you admit that you guys did Maricopa County did delete files off the server after the election.
All right, thank you, Ash.
They didn't have those archived.
All right.
Is that fair to say?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ash.
Okay, sir. So you did.
Thank you. All right, so, and we have 7454. Press *6 to unmute. Can't.
Virginia, can you hear me now?
Yes, Kent.
So today I track things quite a bit, and I don't, as many of you are aware, I really don't come out and endorse people. I did have a question before I get into this. Where is Alan McCloskey at these days? I think he was a prevalent running for a position, supervisor or something. Anyway, something very important to me is someone's endorsement. And before I endorse somebody, I vet them as best I can. And a lot of times you have a hard time, finding out exactly who and what and where someone is. We only have really one runoff here, and I think it's for the Recorder Elections Department. And we have both Juan Pablo Cervantes and probably butchered the name, sorry if I did, and I think Tiffany Hunt Nielsen running. And so I'm trying to figure out who is the best person for this position. And I don't have a really good resume from either of them. I'd like to see a timeline, a resume, just like we do. I mean, all the time, Rex says, well, you guys do a really good job of vetting people, and I don't really need to bother. That was what implied. But I do it anyway. That's what I do. And so I need to see a resume from both these people, but I'm trying to put together what I can. And a lot of it has to do with managerial skills and what somebody's been doing, for years and what they have. So I can't find any kind of it seems to be the one person, Tiffany Hunt Nielsen, worked most of her time at Humboldt Land and Title, and a lot of her time, or some 3 years or something, with the Recorder's Office. But with Juan, I can't tell how long he's been with the elections, and that's important to me. He has assumed a position of leadership there where he is managing people, but I can't see that happened before May of this year. What was that, 3 or 4 months of management there of 3 or 4 people? So I really wish these people would come out and give me a little bit better thing as far as that goes. I noticed both of them are now in they're no longer party affiliated. Okay, so you had I think Tiffany might have been Republican. Don't know why she's not Republican anymore. It was me. After all this stuff with January 6th and the other things, accusations going on about rigging the election, I wouldn't want to associate with them either. But the other one, Juan, he was a Democrat, and he got their endorsement from the Democratic Central Committee, and I don't think there is a Republican Central Committee. But anyway, and now a lot of people are worrying about, whether Tiffany might be Republican and might sway things. And so I have questions out there. So I just hope that they will get a hold of me and we can get some resumes out here so everybody can make an informed decision on a very important position, I think. I think they both have skill sets, and I personally like both of them from when I'm meeting them. But anyway, let's go from there. The next meeting, maybe I'll have some resumes and we'll see what people did during their work expert.
All right. Well, thank you. No, we can't. We'll talk more about that. All right. No more on the phone. We'll go to those in person. Welcome. Come on forward, Steve. You got 3 minutes.
Chair Virginia Bass, Vice Chair Steve Madrone, Supervisor Mike Wilson, Supervisor Rex Bohn, and Supervisor Michelle Bushnell. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my insights as a person who calls Humboldt home. I'm offering this day's recommendation for us to work on lists of rooms, studios, apartments, guest houses, individual family and group houses, places where people can be creative and live crime-free for all ages. I'm glad to have received the Humboldt Rising, a comprehensive economic development strategy for building future prosperity this evening at our Azalea Hall from 5:30 to 7 p.m. I'm hopeful that great people like Carolyn Lahman, a one-of-a-kind handcrafted and repurposed artist who was at our Eureka Artisans space and has wonderful good taste and style and niceness, along with Sol Hoyos, macrame beaded and wire jewelry creator that was at our farmers market and artisans Tuesday noon time gathering, and for Ryan Hash, the lavender guy with aromatic creations for a holistic home, will continue world-class artistry like our T. Evan Kavosky with photography and digital arts, and great inspiration I received on my tablet this morning from Usol, Italy, an immerso glamping cabin of birch, plywood, and plexiglass from the architects Fabio Vignolo and Francesca Tornaturi. So please do all you can for affordable and available spaces and places for people to enjoy our Humboldt County high quality of life, safe and with quality water, electricity, and amenities that we appreciate here as legacy residents. Thank you for your supervising direction and input.
All right, thank you. So there's no one else that wants to comment on non-agenda items. Late hand went up, but we already came back to public in person, so I apologize for that, but we don't go back to the phone after we've left. So at this point, we are going to move on to our public hearings, of which there are 3 coming to us from Planning and Building. The first one is regarding the PG&E appeal. And at this point, I'm opening the public hearing, and I'd like to, and before I say how I'm going to do this, we will get a staff report, and then the applicant will have the ability to talk as well. Is that how you understand it, Director Ford?
Yes, Chair, thank you. That is how I understand it. In this case, it is an appeal by the applicant. The applicant is the appellant. And so I do believe, though, there are concerned public involved in this.
Yes, so public comment will definitely be happening as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so thank you. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. As I mentioned, John Ford and Cliff Johnson with the Planning and Building Department to present the PG&E appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a coastal development permit to allow utility infrastructure along Patrick's Point Drive. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Johnson and allow him to give you the specifics on the project and the appeal.
Thank you, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to share my screen. I think it should be coming up here. Thank you. So as Director Ford mentioned, this is an appeal of a coastal development permit for a PG&E utility, some infrastructure in on Patrick's Point Drive that was denied by the Planning Commission. The project itself is to permit a electrical distribution facility, which includes some voltage regulators that was installed without obtaining the coastal development permit prior to installation. And as part of that request, they are seeking to modify the facility. The modifications would involve relocating the facility approximately 15 feet to the north to move it further away from a private driveway, and to replace three utility poles that are 45 feet in height with utility poles that are 55 feet in height. And then there are 3 platform-mounted voltage regulators that are associated with this facility. The intent from PG&E was to avoid extensive outages and improve service reliability in the area. And this image here shows both the existing facility, again, that was constructed without obtaining the coastal development permit first, and then the proposed facility as it would be relocated. This slide shows the proposed site plan, and you can see the numbers there, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 1 is the utility pole that is being removed and basically relocated to where number 2 is, and then each of 2, 3, and 4 are relocated to the north. You can see that the facility would be at least 15 feet from the road fog line. And this is just a Google oblique image showing the site on Patrick's Point Drive. In this image here, you can see the yellow hatched area, which is the designated coastal scenic area in the Trinidad Local Coastal Plan. And as you can see in the slide, that encompasses almost the entirety of the Patrick's Point Drive area here. As we zoom in, you can see that there's this very small portion here of Patrick's Point Drive that is actually outside of the designated scenic corridor or scenic area. And that is where the facility was constructed and where they are seeking to obtain the permit for it. So the Planning Commission originally heard this coastal development permit on May 12th, and they did vote to continue the project to allow PG&E to offer more information regarding the decision to place this facility in a specific location. It was continued a couple of times to try to give PG&E an opportunity to attend the hearing, and ultimately at July 7th, the Planning Commission did make a unanimous decision to deny the project. They based that on concerns over the facility being a traffic and fire hazard, and then also that it would detract from the scenic nature of the area, and that PG&E had failed to demonstrate that there were no feasible alternative locations or designs. PG&E did file an appeal of that denial. And they in their appeal, they raised 3 issues that they believe would justify overturning that denial and granting the permit. The first is that they state the project's not a threat to motorists because the project was designed according to local traffic safety design standards, and the project was approved by the Humboldt County Department of Public Works. And staff does believe that, does actually agree with their appeal arguments here. As you can see in the site plan, the facility would be a minimum of 15 feet back from the fog line, and it was designed and does meet the county's public works standards. The facility did obtain an encroachment permit as part of their annual encroachment permit through Public Works, so it wasn't a specific encroachment permit for this facility, but their annual permit does allow for certain construction and maintenance activities to occur in the road right-of-way. The second appeal issue, PG&E argues that the project location is not in a designated scenic area. While the area may in fact be a scenic resource, the voltage regulators cannot be installed underground. So I wanted to point your attention to a couple sections of the local coastal plan. In coastal scenic areas, as designated on the maps, and apply to portions of parcels immediately adjacent to and visible from the designated area. So we do believe that applies to this specific location. It's the intent of these regulations and all development to be subordinate to the character of the designated area and to the scenic use and enjoyment of public recreational lands within these areas. Further, new industrial and public facility development is limited. In this case, the applicable section is number 2 there, to underground utilities, telephone lines, and above ground power lines less than 30 kilovolts. We do understand that the power lines here are less than 30 kilovolts, but they do also include that voltage regulator, which is a little bit different than what we believe would be an above ground power line. So again, going back to the map showing the Trinidad Coastal Scenic Area. And then what I wanted to do is just sort of walk you through a couple street view images to give you an indication of what the scenic character is of the existing area. You can see here coming north on Patrick's Point Drive. We're starting to approach the project site here. And then you can start to see the facility coming up here on the right, and then this shows you the facility as it currently exists. And then coming south, again headed towards the project site, you're starting to see it there on the left, and then there it is in view on the left. So one of the key points of this appeal argument from PG&E is that the voltage regulators cannot be installed underground. We did reach out to PG&E and have been unable to obtain any information that indicates the specific reason why they cannot be installed underground. We also reached out to the California Public Utilities Commission, and they pointed us to this section right here, which apparently is the only section of the public utilities regulations applying to voltage regulators, which does not appear to prohibit that from being installed underground. So moving on to the third appeal point. Yep.
Supervisor Bohn?
So PG&E said they couldn't go underground, and you're saying they can? Or are you making an assumption because it's not, to me, it doesn't seem very, just out of curiosity.
Sure, if I could, through the chair. So going back to this slide here, and it's kind of hard to read, but this is an email which is attached to the staff packet that you should have from a member of the California Public Utilities Commission staff who states that they do not see any reason why a voltage regulator cannot be underground. And they pointed us to that specific section, which again doesn't say that it can't be, that it can be underground. It just says that it has to be 6 feet below or above communication equipment. And so I think it's providing a design standard for if they were to locate it potentially underground. So again, we don't see any reason why it cannot be installed underground. PG&E has not yet shared anything with us. And the Public Utilities Commission does indicate that it is potentially possible.
Supervisor Bushnell has a question.
Are you aware of any that are underground currently in Humboldt County?
Personally, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Then moving forward to the third appeal point is that PG&E believes the Planning Commission committed an abuse of discretion because the Public Utilities Commission has jurisdiction over the design, construction, and location of the PG&E facilities, and that the county's jurisdiction is only in determining whether a project is consistent with the local coastal plan and associated regulations. And while we generally agree with that, there is a Public Utilities Commission general order which provides some guidance on that. It does preempt local governments from interfering with the Public Utility Committee's regulations. California courts have generally held, however, that local authorities may regulate the location in accordance with adopted local coastal plans. However, they may not require things that are contrary to what the Public Utilities Commission would require. And further, under this general order, if the local governments and PG&E cannot reach an agreement on the design or location, that action is appealable to the California Public Utilities Commission. And so if we believe that if this permit was denied by Humboldt County, there is another appeal process available to PG&E. So with that, we are recommending that you adopt the findings in the draft resolution, which would deny the appeal and find the project exempt from CEQA and deny the coastal development permit application. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'm not sure if there's questions right now. Okay, and then we'll bring the appellant / applicant up.
Well, maybe I'm just wondering why the current, they need to be moved.
Sure, through the chair, Commissioner, or Supervisor Bushnell. The reason for moving it is that where it was installed was, I think, about 8 feet away from a private driveway. And that appeared to have created some safety issues for that resident going in and out of that driveway, especially for some commercial logging that might be occurring. And so working with the County Public Works staff, PG&E did develop an approach to relocate that further away. So that's further to the north, further away from that driveway. The other one thing I would add is that as part of this, they're seeking to increase the height of the poles from 45 to 55 feet, and that's because the design standards for voltage regulators and utility poles has changed to require additional height.
All right, well, I will invite the applicant, appellant, front to give us a general overview, and then we can, either one, whatever, stand or sit. I prefer it. Okay, as long as I turn your microphone on. And then, once we hear from you and ask you questions, and when we go back to the board, if there's questions, we will continue asking you, but this is your time now to tell us about the project and why.
Okay. Testing for sound? Is that?
Can you? Yes, he says okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. I'm Allison Talbot with PG&E. It's been quite some time since I've been in chambers with you. I appreciate being able to be here in person. I'm joined today via Zoom by my coworker, Kyler Stapleman. And we also have 3 other colleagues sort of waiting in the wings if there are specific questions that their expertise would best answer. Those colleagues are Bear Winkle, a local coworker, Miguel Plasencia, and Jennifer Littoral. Kyler and I appreciate the Bear.
Yeah, we just say, haven't seen Bear for a long time.
I haven't
Sorry.
seen Bear for a while either, favorite coworker. I know, right. Kyler and I appreciate this opportunity to explain the need for and some details about our permit application to move the regulator bank about 15 feet north of its current location. You will likely be relieved to know that Kyler's going to present the details, but in brief, 6 years ago, we installed the regulator bank along Patrick's Point Drive. The purpose of the bank is to improve reliability and voltage conditions for our customers in Trinidad, Big Lagoon, and Oric areas. One of the poles, as mentioned, that the bank is installed on is too close to a nearby driveway for logging or other 10-axle trucks, and for that reason, we seek to acquire a coastal development permit that will allow us to move the bank 15 feet and shift 3 poles. I am going to turn it over to Kyler, but I'm available to support my coworkers as needed and answer any of your questions. I don't know how the Zoom piece works, but
Me neither. I see Kyler's.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can see you. Oh, there, and we can see you. Yes.
Great.
Great. Thank you, Allison, and good afternoon to the board. I did provide a PowerPoint presentation to the deputy clerk. Is that able to be put on screen?
I believe so.
Yes, I'll pull it up.
Thank you. And I just see myself, so let me know once you have that pulled up and I'll launch into the presentation. Perfect. I was told I had 15 minutes for this presentation, so I was planning on running through this pretty quickly. You know, as Allison mentioned, we do have some other technical specialists on the line, so if there are any questions after the presentation, we'd be happy to answer questions at that time. Next slide, please. So as Allison mentioned, in 2016, we identified the need to install some voltage regulators along the Trinidad 1102 12 kilovolt electric distribution line, which is located along Patrick's Point Drive. When nearby substations are de-energized, the electrical supply between Trinidad and Oric may need to be rerouted along the Trinidad 1102. And due to the long distances that power must be rerouted, additional voltage regulation was needed to maintain stable voltage and improve system reliability. There's a specific location where the regulators provide optimum support, and that's about halfway between Trinidad and Big Lagoon. So what does this mean for our customers? The nearby substations are de-energized annually while we maintain the 60 kilovolt transmission line that spans from Trinidad to Oric. During this maintenance, PG&E provides temporary generators to minimize impacts to customers. During these planned outages, the regulators allow us to scale back the generating effort, saving our customers up to $1 million a year and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and noise associated with generation. Additionally, the regulators are useful during emergencies, especially in December and January when electric loads are highest and the chance of winter storms is greatest. A frequent scenario that causes an unplanned outage in this area is a tree falling on the transmission line or the line falling during a winter storm, which can require de-energizing the substations and rerouting the power along Patrick's Point Drive. In this scenario, the regulators allow us to provide uninterrupted electrical supply to over 1,200 customers between Trinidad and Oric, allowing them to keep their heaters running and the lights on during a winter storm without waiting for temporary generators to be installed and come online. Next slide, please. PG&E engineers scouted Patrick's Point Drive many times to identify where these regulators could be installed. There are many factors that go into deciding where they can be installed, and we've shown some of those on the screen. But what's important to note here is that a large portion of the Trinidad 1102 is located some distance from the road, making access and maintenance difficult. Other locations were deemed impractical due to conflicts with trees, vegetation, or structures. Additionally, locations outside of the map scenic area, primarily to the north by Agate Beach, would not provide the voltage support needed to serve our customers. Next slide, please. Two locations were ultimately deemed feasible by our engineers. The first is location 1, which is where the equipment presently is located and is the subject of this hearing. This location satisfied our voltage requirements and was assessed to have the fewest visual resource impacts. It's not located within the mapped scenic area and what would not impact the view shed from a residence. And what I'm calling location 2 is located to the north near 3633 Patrick's Point Drive. It satisfied most of the engineering criteria but had vegetation conflicts and impacted the view of residents and businesses. Next slide, please. This is an aerial image showing the location of the current voltage regulators. Next slide, please. And as Cliff already showed, this is a Google Street View image of the existing regulator setup. And what's important to note here is the location of the private driveway in the bottom right corner, as well as the lack of tall trees and vegetation over and near the distribution line. Next slide, please. This is an aerial image of the alternative location we evaluated for the regulators, and I want to point out the presence of many adjacent residences as well as a nearby hotel. Next slide, please. This is a street view image of that location. The regulators would have been installed on the left-hand side of the road near that existing power pole. And what I want to point out in this image is the presence of many tall conifers located near the power pole. Next slide, please. So obviously, location 1 was selected for the regulators. We designed the proposed and existing project according to county design standards, and it was installed under a county encroachment permit. However, unfortunately, that pole, the nearest pole, was set too close to the adjacent driveway, and the property owner filed a complaint. Since then, PG&E has been cooperating with the planning department to relocate the equipment farther from the driveway. Next slide. So as Cliff mentioned, I'll go through this quickly. The whole goal of this proposal is to relocate that equipment to be farther from the driveway. The pole closest to the driveway would be removed. The next 2 poles would be replaced with taller poles to comply with updated safety standards, and a new pole would be installed to the north. So next slide. This is an updated version of the graphic Cliff showed. And again, note the presence of the driveway in the bottom right corner. That first pole closest to the driveway would be removed. The next 2 poles would be replaced, a new pole to the north of all of that. And that would allow us to basically reconfigure the equipment in sort of a mirror image. So the regulators would be to the north of the transformer. Next slide. So to support the permitting process, we performed our environmental technical studies, which all found there would not be any significant impacts to coastal resources with certain conditions included within the project. We submitted the results of those studies to the county, and we also submitted the redesigned project to the county, which was subsequently approved by the Public Works Department. Next slide. You know, the project and the permit went before the planning commissioners several months ago, and the permit was ultimately denied for the 2 reasons Cliff mentioned. The project is a hazard to motorists, and the equipment and miles of adjacent electric line should be placed underground. Next slide. So regarding vehicle hazards, wanted to point out that we designed this project to comply with county's design standards, and those standards were developed to ensure local development doesn't compromise traffic safety. Public Works approved of that design, and for those reasons, we don't feel this project compromises the safety of motorists along Patrick's Point Drive. And furthermore, the project is intended to improve safety by relocating the equipment farther from the driveway. Next slide, please. So regarding visual impacts, you know, we understand this project is a very scenic area. I've driven this road several times. An engineer who's a local is also very familiar with this road. You know, it's indisputably beautiful and deserves thoughtful development. So although it's technically feasible, PG&E does not have an approved design standard to place voltage regulators underground, and our engineers don't recommend placing them underground. An underground standard could take 1.5 years or more to develop. And as some of you may know, we recently announced a program where we will be undergrounding 10,000 miles of electric distribution line in high threat fire districts. And as part of that program, we're placing electric distribution regulators on pads, not underground. There's a few reasons for this, but the most relevant are it's less expensive to place them on pads compared to putting them underground, and this translates to keeping rates low for customers. Number two, in practice, utilities don't place regulators underground to minimize risk and maximize returns and reliability. Regulators generate heat, and there's inherent risk of overheating if placed underground. An underground installation would need to be large and include a ventilation system to minimize risk, but that risk cannot be eliminated. If the regulators overheat, in a worst case scenario, it could spark a wildfire. PG&E made the stand that catastrophic wildfires must stop, and part of that effort is minimizing risk wherever we can. And lastly, PG&E isn't aware of any vendors that currently supply regulators that can be placed in subsurface installations. They're all designed and manufactured to be placed on pads or overhead. Next slide. So as part of the 10,000 mile undergrounding program, we're currently developing a design standard for pad mounted regulators. We have a pilot program starting up in 2023 where we will begin testing the performance of these installations. However, the schedule is dependent on the availability of the necessary equipment. So if desired by the county, PG&E can include this project in the pilot program to convert the overhead regulators to be placed on a pad. However, there are certain aspects of a pad-mounted installation that I'd like to call attention to, and these same things would also be true for an underground installation. Converting the overhead regulators to a pad-mounted or underground design would require additional above-ground equipment compared to the existing condition. The two poles that were installed to support the regulators would be removed, and the regulators would be placed in utility cabinets on a pad. But we need to install 2 new poles to make the pad-mounted regulator functional. One is a riser pole for the distribution line to go underground, and the second to house additional equipment. Furthermore, we would need to add safety barriers to prevent vehicles from colliding with the equipment in a worst-case scenario. For these reasons, a pad-mounted or underground installation would not reduce the number of poles, and it would require the addition of utility cabinets and barriers. Ultimately, these installations would result in a net addition of equipment to the coastal zone compared to the existing condition. Next slide. This is a preliminary draft of the pad-mounted design standard we're developing for distribution regulators. This is showing a 50-foot long pad and 3 utility cabinets that are about 7 feet tall. The pad would also be about 16 feet wide. This is a design standard for an installation that's much larger than what would be required at the project site, but the smaller installation has not been developed yet. So you see 4 utility cabinets here. The first on the left-hand side would be for a switch, and the next 3 would be for regulators. But what would likely be required at the project if we were to convert this to a pad-mounted design would be 2 utility cabinets, 1 for a switch, and the second would house all 3 regulators. That pad could be about 25 to 30 feet long. Again, that's just an estimate since the design hasn't been developed at this point. Next slide, please. This is just a different view of that same installation for perspective. Again, that's showing a 50-foot long pad, which is much larger than would be required at the project site, and utility cabinets about 7 feet tall. Excuse me, next slide.
While you're going through this, Supervisor Bohn did have a question on the slide, so.
I've seen some of these in other areas. Would this have fencing and concertina wire around it because it's in a rural area with nobody around it for safety, or would you just, I understand you'll put ballards around it for impacts, but the access to the switch and everything else, would you end up having to fence this like you do in other rural areas that we see, or would this one be considered enough traffic where you wouldn't have to do that?
My understanding is that we would just be placing bollards and the cabinets would be locked. You know, if to answer that question, I would also see if Miguel Plasencia, who's also on the line, has some input there. Miguel, are you with us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me there?
Yep, I can.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Miguel, in a rural area that isn't around a suburban area or something like that, would you also fence this off, or would you just depend on a padlock and a cabinet so there would be no theft of anything?
You cut out at the end. What I hear is if we're going to be locking this up just like the other equipment that we have on the pad, yeah, is that the question? That's exactly what we're going to have.
I'm thinking of the visuals. I understand the pad, I understand the cabinets. Is that all that's necessary, or do you have security fencing around it because it's high voltage area being held by one padlock? And I know in other areas you fence them. Would this be considered one of those areas? I'm just thinking of visual impact.
So we won't be gating it. Yeah, we won't be placing a gate or anything. It will be just these enclosures that will have the regulators inside and the switch, and they're all going to be locked up. Yeah, we won't have anything else as part securing that.
Okay, you know, and thank you. And what I think I'm going to go back to doing is just having you guys finish your presentation so that when we ask the questions, I should have probably done that in the first place. But so, Kyler, you can certainly continue your presentation.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to wrap up here. This is our last slide. You know, we try to minimize the impacts for all of our projects, but in some cases we have to add new facilities to serve our customers. And in this case, we identified the need to install those regulators, you know, in a fairly scenic area. With that said, you know, these regulators were installed within an existing utility corridor, and that equipment was consistent with the character, scale, and materials of that utility corridor. We see this as a minor modification of the existing utility. We weren't installing new conductor, new lines, new feeders. We weren't expanding to serve new customers, simply adding some new equipment to upgrade the existing grid to improve reliability for our customers. This location, you know, is a roadway surrounded by vegetation, and this equipment does not impede or degrade views of the coast or ocean. I think I've demonstrated that, or I hope I've demonstrated that the alternative location we considered would have had greater impacts on coastal resources, and that undergrounding and a pad-mounted design would have also a net addition of equipment to the coastal zone and greater impacts to coastal resources, mainly from grading and the associated impacts on landforms and vegetation. And in the words of our CEO, you know, we want to lead with love and do the right thing here. So we're sensitive to the county's concerns and the customer's concerns. And with that, I will turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
All right. Director Ford, did you have any clarifications or anything you wanted to say before I go to public comment, and then we can ask our questions when we come back?
Not at this time.
Okay. So I will go to the public comment on this. No, you can stay there because there's probably questions for you. And so as we move to public comment, we'll go to on the phone first, and then we'll come back here. It is limited to 3 minutes, and I apologize, and it's just consistency. So 7454, I see your hand up.
Hello, Kent Swatsky, Virginia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So there is an alternative that's brought before you here, and I don't know how other people feel, but from what I saw, the maximum height on this either of these locations would be 7 feet. Part of the objection, I think, was that you were putting in taller phone poles, and the reason you had to have taller ones in was because you were hanging these particular things up in the air and had to have higher clearance. I can't see why, having been in construction for many times and understanding the drop procedure, that when you transition from overhead to underground, that could be done 100 feet away or a mile away on either direction, I can't see why the poles would necessarily have to be there and reinstalled at all. And it might be a prime area from your viewpoint to go ahead and underground your whole main lines at this time. Make it a project and do it right. I can't support the logic, you know, of this particular thing. I can't agree with the appellant or the applicant on this point, and I do understand that they have addressed the concerns on one point, but they haven't addressed the aesthetic concerns. And I think the alternative of having a on the ground on the pedestals without additional poles being put in, and hopefully even poles being removed, would be an alternative that might be acceptable to the people in the community at either of the two locations. I don't know what the visibility of the motel is there, but if there's no impact over 7 feet high, if I saw the diagrams right, I can't see how there's an impact there. So I would have to caution PG&E. I don't think you really brought forward the two options, and that wasn't proposed anywhere along the line. The other thing, of course, is you're dealing with a permit after the fact, and that's always a little bit of concern to many of us who have problems in this area with people who come in for permits after the fact. I would be guessing, since it's in the coastal zone, you would have more than one option. I guess you could appeal any decisions the supervisors make here actually to the Coastal Commission, I would think, and of course the PUC or the other governing entity. I really wish you would just redesign this to be, if not underground, which sounds like it won't happen, at least to have it on the pads only with minimal impact as far as height. Thank you for having me speak.
All right, thank you. And there are no more hands up on the phone, so we'll go to those who are here with us today. So this is the opportunity for public comment on this. It is 3 minutes. And as you're coming forward, I will say we did get the packet of information today. So.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Gutero, and I've lived in the same residence on Patrick's Point Drive for 30 years. And on March 2016, I came home from out of town and found this monstrosity next to my driveway. This massive utility installation next to my driveway is out of place anywhere on Patrick's Point Drive. The existing structure, first and foremost, is aesthetically out of place on Patrick's Point Drive. It also obstructs my driveway, and where it was constructed violates California Public Utilities Commission construction standards. It's too close. It should have been 6 feet instead of 30 inches. Mr. Cyphers, who filed a statement along with my materials, tells us why it is a traffic hazard for logging trucks going in and out in its current location. And last but not least, PG&E didn't get a coastal development permit. Consequently, in April 2018, this was posted on the facility, and what it tells me is the utility botched that installation. The existing structure is out of place aesthetically and specifically. And that's why the utility is not asking you to give them a coastal development permit for its current location. They're asking you to move it. And relocation is relocation. If they've got to relocate it, it shouldn't be on Patrick's Point Drive. The new facility that they're proposing for 15 feet away is in a different location. It's a different facility, and it is 10 feet taller, 45 to 55 feet high in this rural, beautiful location. The aesthetics is the point. Patrick's Point Drive is a recognized scenic corridor with iconic ocean views and ancient redwoods. Five neighbors, no less than 5, came forward before the Planning Commission and squawked about the aesthetics. Patrick's Point Drive includes coastal resources that the Coastal Act was intended to protect. I'm not saying the regulator doesn't have to go somewhere. It has to go somewhere. And I refer you to Exhibit 9 to my presentation, which is PG&E's job sketch of this facility. And it says right here, it's designed to serve the Big Lagoon and Oryx substations. Well, that's 20 miles away. There ought to be a less aesthetically sensitive location for this facility within 20 miles of its current location. I ask that you deny the coastal development permit and.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Wait, I think, yes, there is a question since you wanted, you must.
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I was wondering, now, is this your residence driveway, or is this just the logging road and access to the logging?
I have a separate driveway from my home.
Okay.
And I got an encroachment permit when I did some adjustments of the property lines and got an encroachment permit for this driveway, and it has historically been used as logging access for 100
And
years.
how often, how much do you take, how many board feet? Do you have an active timber harvest plan on it?
Truth is, I have no intention of harvesting those logs, but my two boys are going to inherit that property, and I want to be sure it's protected for their purposes.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I see no one else in the public. I'll go back to staff.
Thanks. I would just like to add two points that I think are important. One is that even the existing facility needs a coastal development permit. It was never approved. This is not a modification to what's there. Even if it weren't being modified, we'd be here seeking a coastal development permit for the existing facility. Secondly, I think the robust information that Mr. Stapleman just gave is really what the Planning Commission was looking for. So I would add that information was not presented to the Planning Commission. If it helps the Board of Supervisors today, obviously this is a de novo hearing, and that's fine, but the Planning Commission did not have the benefit of that level of information.
Yes, Supervisor Bohn, and then I have a question.
And full well knowing that it's power, so, and the reason that that generating station or regulator station is there is to give a steady stream of power to residences right after, because you can't go so far. How far of a window do they have to move it? I know it looked like from the pictures, and they may be wrong, that there were 5 neighbors that complained. I looked at, when they showed the aerial, I couldn't see 5 neighbors. I couldn't see anything. But what I was looking is at the second site that they're talking about, it's going to have a lot of people seeing it. And I'm just wondering are there any other telephone poles along that roadway? Because I noticed that access is a big part of it. And the other part of it being how far could they move it and still create a stable power source? Or the option is, do they de-energize for that one day every year that they, for the hours that they work or anything like that? Is that an option we're looking at?
If I may, Supervisor Bohn, through the chair, is that what we say? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Supervisor Madrone is painfully aware that it's a lot longer than one day when we take out the Trinidad sub. And so I don't see de-energizing as an option. That was one question. And for the rest, I would refer to my colleagues who decided which portions of the road. Certainly they decided, I know, that that road is required because that's the Trinidad 1102 that we need to switch to. But my understanding is that there's only a certain section that's not in the scenic, I think I might have to refer to Cliff on this. I'm sorry, Kyler, are you available to answer that piece?
Sure, yeah. So the optimal area for the voltage regulators to be installed was Patrick's Point Drive along the Trinidad 1102. If you follow the coast to the north of Patrick's Point, there is an area near Agate Beach, which is outside of that mapped scenic area. I think that may even be in a different local coastal plan, but that area is too far north to provide that optimal voltage support. If you have any other, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and since I don't drive that but once or twice a year, I don't know what makes a bigger visual impact. 4 metal boxes on a pad next to the road, or 3 telephone poles. So I'm having a hard time visualizing. I know that the one place that they're saying now, they said it does not impact any households, and that's the one thing I did like. It looked like the other site would impact households a lot more, but that's just from the pictures we saw.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell, you had a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Do you want to go first? You had a question?
No.
So I'm curious, through the chair, Director Ford, if this isn't done today, what is the options? Does that pole have to be moved because it's too close?
Ultimately, it needs to be moved to protect that driveway, but as Mr. Gutierrez mentioned, that driveway is not immediately utilized. I don't think there's a need to move it immediately. There's some time if the board wants to take the time to work something out.
And so no matter what, it's too close by standards, obviously. And I guess the logging truck issue is valid, like we know a logging truck can't get around there?
I think that's been verified by Public Works, yes.
We certainly agree.
Huh?
We agree that it does need to be moved.
So if this doesn't, but what is the long-term option if this isn't approved?
Well, I think the redesign addresses those issues. So the existing facility conflicts with logging truck turning movements. The redesign will address the concern with turning movements. So with the redesign, the driveway would be fine. So if the board were to choose to approve it like it is with the rationale that's presented today, that would allow that driveway to function. Then the question really is a matter of the appropriateness of this being in this scenic location, and is the information that's been presented today sufficient to overcome the concerns with the scenic values of the area? And that's really the decision point.
So I understand. Thank you for that. However, I'm wondering, because Planning Commission denied the project, and if so, if this board so chooses also, what is the option?
Well, if the Board of Supervisors were to deny this, then it is appealable to the CPUC.
And it's within your guys' right of way to move the pole 7 feet or whatever it is?
I'm going to let Kyler answer that. I think it might be your right of way, but.
You have an easement there.
Yes.
And that's why you put the poles there to begin with, right? Because you guys have a utility easement. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want Kyler to answer that?
I want someone to answer that.
Kyler?
Yeah, I believe it's also within the county franchise, and it allows us to place utility poles without an easement, I believe.
So does that mean you don't have an easement?
I don't know if Bear, do you have an answer to that question? I don't have our land documents up in front of me.
All right, Bear, are you there?
If they don't have an easement.
He may not be with us. I could certainly follow up with the board if you want me to look into the status of the easement. My understanding is within a county franchise road, easements aren't necessary, and you can install utility poles within those roads without an easement.
And Director Matson's on. He may have an answer for you, so.
Well, the poles are in the county right away, and he's correct. They have a franchise agreement, and the reason they have to have an encroachment permit is because it's in the county right away and doing work within the county right away. So technically, they have a franchise agreement with the county of Humboldt that allows their facilities within county public right-of-ways, county public works maintained right-of-ways.
Sorry, I just want to chime in. This is Jennifer Literal. Bear is with us. He just texted me. He was having trouble coming off of mute. But he was chiming in to say it is in the county franchise as well, just what you just told us, Tom.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is, since it is, Supervisor Madrone, this is your district, so I think there's, we'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me first start out by saying Allison Talbot has been an amazing resource for PG&E. And every time I have an issue in my district, I'm able to call Allison, and she finds somebody to provide an answer and resolve the issues. And I've been very grateful for her service, and I think PG&E ought to recognize what an incredible asset that she is.
Thank you.
And sorry for embarrassing you.
I thought you were going to say something mean, so.
No, I want to start out with the good stuff. And then, no.
Here it
I would like to ask Mr. Gutierrez a question, if you could come back up here, please, through the chair.
Yep.
So when we came here earlier, before we started, it was simply an issue about the existing installation. What we've heard is a presentation that is suggesting that they want to actually move the installation, in particular move the one pole that's immediately adjacent to the driveway, and then also shift the equipment further to the north with a new pole on the north end. Does that satisfy your concerns? Just as far as the access route, not the aesthetic part, just the access part.
You're tying my hands, but yes.
Yes, sorry. So that does.
Yes.
But from an aesthetic perspective, that's still unacceptable in terms of the regulations and your perspective of the aesthetic resource?
Yes, and as long as we're handing out kudos, I want to hand out one to Mr. Johnson. His staff report was excellent, and one of the points he made was that PG&E had conceded that there were alternatives, and they had failed to find a compelling reason why the location on Patrick's Point Drive would outweigh the scenic corridor.
You might get closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We just
Outweigh the scenic corridor. And the only thing I saw in the way of compelling reasons for why it had to be on Patrick's Point Drive were, well, convenience of construction and convenience of maintenance and difficulties in getting easements or rights of way. But we have to bear in mind that the utility has the power of eminent domain, and it shouldn't be a problem them telling somebody where they want to put it, and they'll get it there. So I don't think those amount to compelling reasons. I think it should go somewhere else, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, well, I certainly have issues with take without compensation, that I've been talking with Allison quite a bit about, but yes, they do have that right. Let me just ask you, so you know what's been presented to us as far as options are what PG&E is recommending, which be to shift things to the north, move that one pole next to the driveway, but we still have the visual intrusions to the aesthetic environment and that issue of the code or the regulations around that. And then there was the offer, well, the other option was to put it on the ground on a pad in boxes. And then the third option is to underground it. And PG&E pointed out that there's an undergrounding program that could maybe help do that, but that also lends itself to say it can be done, right? It's obviously probably far more expensive, but had PG&E come to the county for the proper permits in the first place, there would have been an avoidance of all the costs that have occurred already that would have been unnecessary if the appropriate application had been submitted in advance. And lately at the Planning Commission and the county, we're seeing a lot of this sort of forgiveness versus permission approach to things lately. And I frankly have a problem with that myself, although I can see why people end up doing that because regulations become so cumbersome, you know, to all of us as individual landowners or as corporations like PG&E. So I see three options. On the box option of putting it into boxes on a pad, we see all over Eureka these boxes. And now they've all been painted with murals or with beautiful paintings. That absolutely softens the impact of those within an urban environment. In a rural environment like this, they'd still be boxes sitting there, but if they were to have some painting and motifs put on them, would that help resolve your concerns?
Well, it would certainly mitigate the scenic issue with a 55-foot poles, but what we've got here is we've got, according to me, the existing facility a few feet north is out. The 4 or 5 boxes, 7 feet high and 50 feet long, is a mitigation and better than the worst. And we've learned that There's nothing at the CPUC precluding it being underground 100%. PG&E doesn't like that idea, but we have the possibility of the boxes, 7-foot-high boxes, but they're only on the drawing board, and they won't have those ready till 93 or
Year and a half later.
2023 or so. So I think if this commission wanted to deny this thing outright, requiring them to move and get the heck out of the area, it's still going to be the middle of 2023 before we see it disappear. So timing is not an issue. I think we're looking at scenic interests, and they're there for good, and we have an opportunity to impact the scenic area by getting it out of there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Patrick's Point, or Sume Drive, which it may be someday, along with Scenic Drive, are two primary economic engines in our area in regards to attracting tourism. People drive those roads all the time, even in the horrible condition they're in. We certainly, as a county, have a long way to go to try and get some funds to try and help repair those roads, because they are so critical from an aesthetic perspective. I know I go up there weekly for business and also for recreation, just to sit on the bluffs and look at the waves and different things. I wish that PG&E had come forward with an application right out of the gate, and I'm sure everybody at PG&E is probably feeling the same thing at this point. So that's a moot point per se, but that's the way it should have gone, really. I do, appreciate that there's electricity at my house. I think we all very much appreciate that PG&E is there, making sure that we have that. And there was some talk about the annual maintenance that occurs at the substations in regards to voltage regulation, equipment maintenance, all those kinds of things. And that's been a real sore point for me, and that's what Allison was referring to earlier in regards to the problems I get with constituents calling every year for weeks when the substation is shut down for maintenance and it's generated with generators. And the noise emitted from that is just horrendous. And the whole neighborhood up there calls me constantly with complaints. And Allison has done a great job of trying to get PG&E to be more responsive and give us notice when that's going to occur at the very least. And even with her incredible efforts, that has failed us. Most recently, just a few weeks back or a month or two back, it happened again with no notice or limited notice, ineffective notice, and the community gets really upset. People, are used to their quiet, and suddenly things are really loud, very loud humming noises all night long, impacting people's health. So there are these problems that we need to be working through, and all that, and they're all kind of interconnected because these voltage regulators are part of the overall system between Trinidad and Oric and all that stuff. So now, Director Ford, thank you, Mr. Cotero.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
And you might want to sit in the front row there,
never know.
Jeff, in case you might get called up again. Or just sit in the front row there so you don't have to.
So what we have here today is an appeal of the denial. What we have presented to us by PG&E is a modification of the design. So there's the issue of the original coastal development permit that should have been applied for but wasn't. And then there's the issue of a new permit for the proposed new modified system that would be moved north some 6 feet or whatever it might be. Are those two different coastal development permits, or does that get wrapped together? How does that work, and how does that affect our appeal here today?
Yeah, the project that's before you on appeal is the same project that the Planning Commission considered.
Right.
So they did consider the increased heights, moving it to the north.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Okay.
That was before them. So they definitely considered that. The thing that they did not have the benefit of was the discussion of the alternatives analysis.
Right.
And I think the ground-mounted equipment that was presented today and the viability of that would have been something they would have appreciated being able to at least discuss. Because there are ways to screen something like that. Apart from painting, there's also some plantings. You can't put big trees out in the public right-of-way, but, right. So that could blend completely into the scenery as you're going down the road. Obviously, undergrounding was something that they did question. They couldn't get a clear answer on.
Right.
And that's really why it's before you today, is they were stymied. They couldn't get an answer in terms of, is there anything else we can do? And if there's not, why not?
Right. And that was after 2 extensions happened of this hearing at the Planning Commission as well, and still didn't get responses. I appreciate you're here today with all of your staff, but it would have been really nice, first, to have had an application first off years ago. Second, to have shown up for these couple of meetings where they actually delayed it on purpose to give more opportunity. And then here we are today. Given the new information that's been presented to us here today, which is what the Planning Commission is looking for, could an action by this board be to punt it back to the Planning Commission with a new hearing, or is that a done deal? They ruled and they can't reconsider it, or how's that work?
Their action is done.
It's done deal, okay. So our choices are to approve, deny, or modify conditions.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
I have Supervisors Bushnell, then Wilson, then Bohn.
So the boxes that Supervisor Madrone was talking about, I'm sorry, the gentleman on the... Kyler said that regardless if those boxes go in or not, that 2 poles would have to be beside them with this, is the same height. Can you confirm that? Kyler?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Yes, the new standard for distribution utility poles is 55 feet. So when we put in a new pole, it would need to be that 55-foot height. And the riser pole that would bring the distribution line underground would not necessarily need to be placed immediately next to the pad. But the farther away from the pad it is, the more trenching and clearing we would need to perform to put the conduit underground. So to minimize impacts to coastal resources, it would ideally be close to that pad to minimize those impacts.
Thank you for that. I just am imagining large boxes. The concern now is, according to the gentleman, is logging trucks getting out of there. Big boxes are going to impede whether you see around them, or they're going to be more of a hazard, I would think, than seeing through 2 or 3 small poles. And it seems like you're going to have the boxes and poles, so you're going to have additional stuff there. Oh, I don't. Yeah,
Well, we
I don't
can
know.
keep, yeah. Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn, then I have a couple questions.
This is a question for staff. John, if our board chooses to, let's see, deny the appeal, which basically denies the project, then it's appealable to the, is it the CUC or CPUC?
CPUC.
The CPUC. So it's appealable to the CPUC. If we approve the appeal and approve the project, then it's appealable to the Coastal Commission?
Yes.
I'm not stuck either way, but that's not really, but yeah, okay.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't think, and I don't want to act like I'm sticking up for PG&E here, I don't think they tried to get, because they got the encroachment permit, and we're under the understanding that they could do this. And I understand the aesthetics, but I don't know, I could ask the economic drop that they've had in Trinidad since they've been up the last 6 years, if anybody's been a lot of complaints about these, but I mean, we drive by telephone poles everywhere. I mean, they're on Scenic Drive in Carmel. So I tend to think that moving it, and we're talking about moving it out of a driveway that was cut for, and it's got the 20-foot apron because that's any encroachment driveway. And I don't know it's going to be pretty tough. You're leaving your kids a headache if you think they're going to be able to log it after you pass away in hopefully 20 years, 25 years. Yeah, because I don't think they're ever going to, because they don't like logging up right close to the ocean very much. So but what I'm saying is but to do that, the original was just to move it it sounds like if we just move it north, and I'm just, the option that they've given us, and do the permits we're talking about, and then if somebody appeals it, but free that up, because it's been there 6 years already. And I've never heard about this, you know, and we hear about everything in a roundabout way and everything else. It seems to me when we get, and I look at the aerial, it seems to me if we put it where that big circle of houses is and everything else, we're going to hear more about it. So I don't know, I guess PG&E, they do this all the time, so maybe they didn't think that this warranted it. Everything warrants everything nowadays and stuff like that. I did have when he made the comment that we like to keep our rates low, I do have to say you just want to keep them going any higher. Your rates have passed up the keeping low part a long time ago. But anyway, I'm just saying the least impact to all resources would be actually just to move the one pole that's 6 inches away from the driveway, but I guess that can't happen. But if I look at the visuals that we said, if we're 55 feet, and I don't, this is for, if we put 55-foot poles up, does that mean the regulators are going to go up accordingly, or is that just for structural strength and they're going to be at the same height? Then is it, do they go up also, Steve?
According to the information that's submitted, I believe they all go up.
Okay, but so what I'm saying is the least impact to coastal resources and everything else would be to leave it somewhere near the same footprint and then allow him his access in his driveway and go from there. So I
have Supervisor, well, when you're ready, Supervisor Wilson, then I want to say, I have some questions, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah, how much discretion do we have here in terms of, like, we have a lot of design on the dais happening, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, what do we have that discretion in this moment? Because we have an applicant that has a design in front of us. I don't see an actual alternative in our packet necessarily that we would approve. I don't see how it's approvable in terms of there's no actual analysis of an alternative. There's like a concept of an alternative, but no analysis of an alternative. So what's really in front of us is what's just in front of us. Deny or approve, I think, unless there's some alternate path that you would like to propose.
Thank you, and I didn't mean to jump over you, but the alternate path would be to continue to ask for an alternative design. If the pad-mounted design, I know that seems to be not in universal agreement, or some other design, to see an alternative design come back for consideration of approval. That would be another path that you could choose today.
Okay, so I think, so we have three choices before us. I think maybe that's probably what we should just deliberate on.
Okay, I was going to ask first, my questions were somewhere in, I think Kyler's conversation, it mentioned that Public Works approved the design. And I'm wondering how that happens. You know, Public Works, I would think, would be talking somewhat to planning and building, so that, excuse me, Supervisor Bohn, I'm just saying, it seems we're being inconsistent when one piece of the county says something's okay, and then another one says it doesn't. So I'm just saying, sorry. Okay. And I think what bothers me most about this is, you know, and it's, Allison, you are wonderful. I'm joined the chorus. You've always been wonderful. Thanks. And for you to be here today, you know, this is hard on you. And we're here because nobody showed up either, you know, when it was supposed to be heard before. That bothered me more than anything else. You know, I understand Jeff's concerns on aesthetics. I get that. But I'm more, you know, and maybe that's just something that in other communities just sails right through. But I feel bad because you're here put on the spot because no one else showed up earlier.
Well, I will thank my colleagues who are online because they've been really supportive. But I hear that comment, and we will try to do better at the commission. I should have said that right from the start.
Well, you've been amazing. They generally are. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So once again, I'm a little bit confused with if we deny this appeal, does that force them to have to tear those poles out and relocate, or shaking your head over there?
I think, let's
Can
staff
I
ask that. We
finish?
keep, everyone
Wait, I'm
else
gonna
is
finish.
answering. Yeah, staff.
So if we deny the appeal and so then they would probably appeal, I guess I should ask you, you guys would appeal up higher, but would it just, the poles would just stay there? What happens if it goes all the way to the top and it's denied all the way to the top? What happens with that set of poles and those transformers?
Well, we've issued a notice to abate. They would need to be removed.
Oh, and we issued that when in 18?
Yeah.
And so we've been working with them because, why?
We've been trying to get a complete application to be brought forward.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies much more for me.
Supervisor Wilson, did you say?
I'm just saying that if we deny, it gets appealed, that's a whole nother jurisdiction. That's up to PG&E to do that. If we approve, it probably will get appealed to another jurisdiction. And the only way we would keep it within our jurisdiction is if we ask for it to come back.
My confusion was I didn't realize that. My confusion was what would happen with that if it just keeps getting denied, not realizing. I saw the gentleman's notice, but I didn't realize it's been dragging on for how many years? 4 years. So that's where my confusion was. Thank you for the clarification.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm kind of in the mode of approving the appeal, or excuse me, where am I? Denying the project, and then it would go to the CPUC. That's where I'm at, but that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. You know, given all the things that have gone back and forth here, one thing, I mean, I was really bothered by the failure of PG&E to come to the hearings when they were given several extensions to do such. I appreciate them being here today. I also am a little bit insulted by the suggestion that we might be able to use that undergrounding program to do this undergrounding sometime in the future. Trinidad has probably gotten more underground funds than any other community in Humboldt County because we take our scenic aesthetic views very seriously because we know it's a big part of our economy in terms of attracting visitors and such. And that's why these local coastal plans have these requirements to protect these aesthetics and the rest of it. You know, I have a hard time approving. It's already there, but we're not sitting here today as if it is there. We're sitting here today with a request to not just let it stay there for a while, but also to move it and still have it above ground and even higher, et cetera, or to have boxes that are above ground, et cetera. None of those things really ultimately meet the requirements of the zone that it's being put in. And I don't want to sit here spending money on undergrounding this from that account when there are other high priorities. I think even Eureka is doing undergrounding all along 4th and 5th. Is that part of what that project was as well? So Ferndale too, you know. So there's always more requests to underground than there are funds available. And I really don't want that fund to be used for this. This should have been considered as a viable option right from the beginning. And had it been, all of these costs would have been avoided. Probably end up about the same cost in the end, although now it's going to be more because of all the investment that's already been made. So I'm very much leaning towards a denial for all of the reasons that I've stated. And you know, I would ask that in that, actually, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we adopt staff's recommendation and deny the appeal with the consideration that the equipment can stay awaiting PG&E to come back to us with a plan for what they're proposing to do to the site and vet that through the Planning Commission and through the Coastal Act and all those things and see where we go with that. But that's where I'm at right now.
Well,
yeah, I just want to
clarify that.
I want clarification because if we deny, it's likely, I'm going to say, that it'll be appealed out of our jurisdiction and it will not be in our hands.
I understand.
If you want it to be in our hands, we need to ask staff to take it back and they can negotiate to bring it back to us, and then it would be up to us. So
I think I see the board leaning that way pretty heavily with my
Might as well try that
ears
first,
and the rest
right?
of it. So I will withdraw that motion and recommend that we do exactly what you just said, which is to ask for staff to work with PG&E and bring a project back to us with alternative analysis and consideration, whether that's undergrounding, moving the poles north, painting boxes. Those are the three options we've heard, right?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
With
discussion. Okay. So, yes, Bush.
So with
Supervisor
that
Bushnell.
motion, Director Ford, is the options are before us today, though, right? Correct? One of the options.
Well, there is no recommendation here. There is no option to approve this today because we didn't give you a resolution to approve it.
Okay, so then it's appropriate to bring it back with options?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm there too. Thank you.
And would that be continuing the appeal? Sorry.
This would be a continuance to a date uncertain.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor
And
Bohn?
that doesn't limit what you bring back then. I'm not trying to limit anything. I'm just saying, and for my own, and I love the first part of that. I want the equipment to stay too, because I don't think you're going to have a heck of a time explaining to Trinidad. Says, hey, I got rid of those ugly poles. You're just going to run by generator. No, wait, you can't do that either. So, I mean, that's that part. I don't think we're going to abate the equipment out there now. I think we also have to realize undergrounding means the boxes, because I don't think they have any design to. No, I don't. No, they don't have a design at all for underground.
But even with undergrounding,
The boxes are a year and a half out, right?
so the conductor, the wire could go underground potentially, but not the pad mounted regulator.
Right, yeah. So so that may be 5 years out. So, I mean, we don't know what they're doing. And and I would love to have an answer, even though we're sitting up here disappointed, but it may not be on your plate. I would like to find out why you weren't aware that you should have been at those hearings, or did you just purposely not come to them thinking you weren't going to have an issue? And I'm not asking for an answer now. I would like that answer to come back because it's not like you guys not to show up, because it's not like you're short on people to show up to these things. I mean, we appreciate everybody that showed up today. But I would like to find out, did we break down that you didn't have it, or did they just say, to hell with them, we don't have to worry about it? So
I'm just looking at the motion that's on front of us here, and it's not the motion that we have. That's
All
that
right.
I'm.
What?
To continue. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, that's what Director.
Oh, item. I'm sorry. I see it here. All right.
So, through the chair? Are you
Yes,
done,
sir.
Mike?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just was getting clarification was in front of me.
Thank you. I think this is a great opportunity to come back with options and really detail those out, what are the pros and cons, the impacts, the mitigations. And what I've heard is there's 3 options. So let's do that. Let's bring it back and get it firmed up as far as what the alternatives are and the impacts and the analysis.
So I'm hearing confusion here about what's actually, because what we have here is appeal the planning commission's denial. It doesn't say anything about continuance, approve as, that's the title. Okay, it just says approve as amended. Okay.
it's wrong on there. To continue the appeal and direct staff, that's what.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to see behind my head. I'm just saying. I'm looking on
Figured that
here.
out.
And Allison had a question, excuse me.
I did want to clarify, and maybe we can do this with staff offline, but because we believe that the current project is genuinely the best way to handle this, can we bring that back as one of the options? Or are we just doing further research, or that's out? Okay, got it. Thank you.
And just for the record, I'm going to still hold my denial vote. So on this.
I think that the current installation as it sits today is not the alternative we're looking for. Just to be
Absolutely.
clear.
Yes.
We're
I
looking
didn't
for
mean that.
either shifting it north into the boxes or underground or some other magic solution you may have.
Supervisor
So
Bushnell?
I think just to clarify, they have to do something with it because that pole is too close. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the option is not to
That's,
leave it.
I just want to
Yeah.
be clear about that.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean leave it as it currently stands. Yeah,
Right.
okay.
We're good.
Or at least we're good to vote? Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I didn't say how wonderful you are or anything else, but.
I appreciate that.
So do we have, no? Who hasn't voted?
Supervisor Madrone, do you have
Not
it up?
seeing mine. Doesn't seem to
While
be
you're
up.
looking for Director Ford, since we're continuing this, I still close this public hearing, right? Or do I?
There
just
will
continue
be
it?
new information coming back,
Okay.
so the public hearing will need to be open for that.
Okay, so I just leave it open?
Yep.
Okay.
It's not coming up for me, sorry.
I can just do a roll call vote.
Please.
The suspense.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
No.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
All right, this item will be continued. Yes, for 4 yes, 1 no. So, thank you for waiting all this time, both of you, and and for those on the Zoom. And so that's now officially been continued. We're going to move on to, we have 2 more public hearings. Originally, we had thought about hearing them separately, I mean, at the same time, but we are going to hear those separately, am I understanding? Is that correct, Director Ford?
That is correct.
Okay, so our first one is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. Well, it's an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. So with that, I'm opening this public hearing, and Director Ford, I'll hand this to you.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. John Ford with Stephen Santos and Cliff Johnson to present the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a coastal or a conditional use permit for 24,634 square feet of existing commercial cannabis cultivation. This is not the appeal. The focus of the appeal is on a condition of approval. But since it is an appeal, the whole project is de novo. I just wanted to clarify that.
Say that again.
So this is an appeal of a specific condition, but the way our appeals work is that the whole project is de novo. The board is taking action on the whole project today, not just whether or not the condition or 2 conditions stay or are removed.
All right, I guess we'll go to a staff report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I submitted a PowerPoint for the Dyerville appeal for my presentation, and I guess I'll give verbal cues for that, okay? As Director Ford mentioned, this is a de novo hearing. The appellant in this case is the applicant. Please step forward 1 slide. It is a conditional use permit for Dyerville Farms, LLC. Next slide, please. Just to get geographically situated, the project is technically in the Garberville area, but it's about midpoint between Alder Point and Garberville. It takes its access off of Dyerville Loop Road, which is county maintained. Next slide, please.
It's time to start dancing, I guess. Wake up.
I've never had theme music before. That was awesome.
Well, I feel more awake now, thanks.
So the legal parcel is approximately 183 acres. It has an agricultural grazing AG land use designation and agriculture exclusive AE zoning. As we look at this GIS screenshot, the large clearings in the east center of the parcel is where the cannabis operation exists. Next slide, please. This is for a conditional use permit. It is for existing cultivation, about 24,634 square feet total. Most of it is outdoor, 22,000 and change, and the rest mixed light. The project does include a request for a 2,830 square foot nursery. However, the project conditions do include a reduction of that ancillary nursery down to 2,465 feet to comply with the current county practice of limiting nurseries to 10%. The annual water budget is 313,000 gallons. With 21,000 gallons of storage, and that comes out to about 12.7 gallons per square foot. The irrigation water source is a groundwater well that was evaluated by a geologist that concluded it is likely disconnected from surface waters. The project also includes on-site processing with power from solar with a generator as backup. And the project also includes a special permit for work within the streamside management area. I'd like to mention that this project was approved by the Planning Commission on a 5-to-1 vote. And the one no vote, the commissioner went on record stating that he supported the project but voted no because he didn't agree with the condition that we're talking about today. Next slide, please. This is an excerpt from the project site plan, and I've drawn a red box around the well location, and it is located in the center of the southern panhandle for the project. Just north of that, we see the outdoor area in that first clearing I pointed out when we were looking at the GIS imagery. Next slide, please. This is another excerpt from the site plan showing that other clearing that shows the rest of the project area. And I just bring this up to represent that the project is utilizing the existing clearing as well as the residential curtilage for a combination of residential uses and the cannabis project. Next slide, please. So there are two requests as part of this appeal. I'm not going to read this slide verbatim. It just contains the excerpts from the staff report. I will paraphrase. The first issue has to do with condition of approval A25, which requires the applicant to source, please go back a slide, which requires the applicant to have a minimum of 20% of their irrigation water come from rainwater catchment, and that has to be implemented within 2 years. The Planning Commission made that condition of approval based on a finding that had concerns with climate change and drought, but the finding was very general in nature. It wasn't specific to the project. And so the appellant, as part of their appeal, says there was no reason to add the 20% catchment, there was no science behind their decision, and added that it will cause harm to the operation, to the financial harm to the tune of, by their estimation, $100,000. Next slide, please. The second request or second issue on appeal from the appellant relates to condition of approval A11. I want to point out this condition was recommended by the original assigned planner. It did not come from the commission. And that condition is to cap a second well that was on the property. And the appellant states in their appeal, the second well is not contaminated. He reports that it has high manganese, but it is still good for other uses such as fire suppression. Next slide, please. So the staff response to the appeal is that when it comes to the concerns raised by the commission in finding 6F related to drought and climate change and the general concern of future water availability, the staff response to that is that scenario was actually contemplated by the board when it adopted the mitigation and monitoring program associated with the mitigated negative declaration and the CMMLUO. Specifically, the county reserves the right to respond to contemporaneously to water availability issues by reducing cultivation areas. So the commission's finding was in response to the future possibility rather than a specific condition that existed at that moment in time. And the commission did not reference specific facts about this specific project or location. Yet it also accepted staff's analysis and evidence, as well as the geologist's report, that there was adequate water on site to approve the project. Next slide, please. The final staff response regarding to issue 1 is that when we examine the CMMLUO, it does not require that an operation use a specific water source or combination of water sources. Now, the decision to have multiple water sources might be a really good idea. It might be very prudent under current circumstances. And as a planner, I'm seeing more and more applicants do just this. However, as of right now, under current standards and guidelines, that decision is an economic investment and risk-based decision reserved to the applicant. So when the commission decided to require rainwater catchment for this project, this condition may have been imposed without the necessary supporting evidence and findings. And with regard to issue number 2, condition of approval A11, capping this other well, staff review of the appeal determined that this second well is permitted. There's no nexus to the cannabis project to justify capping it. Staff agrees with the appellant that the permitted well could be used for other beneficial purposes on the property, such as recharging fire suppression tanks. Therefore, the imposition of condition of approval A11 is unnecessary. Therefore, next slide, please. The staff recommendation is to grant the appeal, removing requested conditions, that is A11 and A25. Consider the addendum to the adopted MND for the CMMLUO per the CEQA guidelines. Make all the required findings for approval of the conditional use permit and special permit, and adopt the resolution approving the Dyerville Farms LLC conditional use permit and special permit subject to the recommended conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. And there's some questions. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Who was it? The Planning Commission that requested the well be capped?
No, it was not the Planning Commission. That was a condition originally recommended by the previously assigned planner.
Why? Do we know?
I think there might have been a little bit of confusion that that well was intended for cannabis irrigation, and it was unsuitable for cannabis irrigation because of the manganese content. But upon further review, we determined that no, that well was not identified as an irrigation source for the cannabis operation.
Okay, and also the rain catchment requirement, is there any current rain catchment on this cultivation site?
No.
Thank you.
Is, before we get too far in questions, is the applicant or appellant with us either on Zoom or here to speak?
I received an email from the applicant stating that they were going to tune in, but I didn't receive any communication indicating they're planning to present.
All right. Well, if you are said applicant and listening and you wish to make some additional, you want to comment on this, I'd suggest calling in and pressing *9 to raise your hand, so at least I know they're there, because we may have questions, we may not. I don't know if we will. Supervisor Bohn? Oh, I just saw your hand up.
I'd make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll just go on to public comment then at this point. We've got on the phone 7454, followed by 3053.
So I do have some questions here. A lot of the pushback has been, and this might be a question for the applicant, do you have any structures already there that would enable you to do rain catchment? Although people have differing opinions, a gutter and a piece of pipe going over to some of these storage areas is very simple. I think that's a relevant question regarding the rain catchment. There are other areas where it's impractical or quite a bit more. I do have a thing here, and it doesn't say how many square foot of ancillary use was being permitted with this. And I'll be quite direct with you. Any of these projects that have an ancillary use that goes at 10%, there's no CEQA involved for that. It's been cut out of the herd. Nobody's ever shown me any CEQA involved in that, and that's very relevant in a project of this size, because your ancillary use uses a lot of power, it uses a lot of water, and it has some of the biggest impacts. So I'd be curious just to know, possibly these people would be admitting that they don't have a right to ancillary use because of no CEQA. John Ford may contend differently, but I think a court would find that I'm correct on that matter. I've never seen any proof of it. So I don't think asking for rainwater catchment is out of line if it's proved to be feasible. I think it's actually more cost effective. I think either putting in a pond, as was suggested before, for 20%, and I think that was what was brought forward by Michelle Bushnell, Supervisor Bushnell earlier. And And I just don't quite understand why these people are fighting this rather than doing what's actually right for the environment, insisting to pump out of wells, insisting here's one of the biggest things you need to do. Lately down south, as far as a condition of this, I wish the person would waive their right for 24-hour inspections, that the people would go down, supervisors would go ahead and request that John Ford's staff go down and start marking these tanks as far as the water to see whether they're being refilled. I do think if that was a requirement, and of course the technology is there to monitor that, as Supervisor Madrone mentioned earlier, as far as that goes, and then we know if these people are actually using those wells to refill those tanks illegally during season. Otherwise, the public has no faith in the process, no faith in the oversight, and that's a bad perception to have out there, especially when you have some of us who want to protect the environment, want to see things done right. If they're doing everything right, they should be able to waive this 24-hour thing. And my understanding is Water Board, Fish and Wildlife are waiving it for them, and I strongly support that in all the watersheds, marking the tanks, seeing whether these wells are being pumped illegally. And that's my comment on this one, and it'll probably be the same on the next one. The county does have a major problem with this ancillary baloney out there and all the impacts it has with NOSEQA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And 3053.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify, you can hear me there, Chair?
Yes.
So I'm driving down the freeway. Part of staff presentation cut out, but this appeal I did want to follow. July 7th, 2022 was one of the wildest planning commission meetings ever. You had I think it was 3 projects off in the consent, and 2 of them were removed from by the public, and 1 stayed on consent. The one that stayed on consent was for 1 acre of new cultivation with less than 10% water storage. That one passed with flying colors, no concerns, no anything from any of the commissioners. I personally read every staff report, every page, to make sure I understand them, and if I have concerns, I'd pull them from consent myself. Then these other 2 projects had this new 20% rain catchment requirement, the policy change that came out of left field, and I have no idea where. I don't know where it came from. But I would be really, really concerned if the applicants, if this wasn't granted, applicants could look at July 7th and see what happened, and I would take it as discrimination personally, but I don't know. I feel that in the existing ordinance, I believe this one before you right now is existing cultivation, covered under CEQA. The existing ordinance talks about propagation. It doesn't clearly define all the things, but it talks about moms and clones and all those other things that are part of cultivation and did take place before January 1st, 2016. So I wouldn't be concerned of those comments. I would have the same comments on the next project, although I'm going to lose cell phone service here in a minute. I just felt that it was relevant, and you guys can look back and look at the history of July 7th, 2022 and what took place that night. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And there's no more hands up on the phone, so anyone in the public want to comment on this item? No, apparently not. We have a motion and a second. Is there further conversation? Supervisor Madrone?
So if you could pull up the geologic report, the well reports and such. Great, thank you. So it's interesting on the well drill logs, pulling them up now. Excuse me for a second here. I may be getting this confused with the next one, but I noted that Bushnell Drilling was the driller. I think it's on the second one.
What's that matter?
I just wanted to ask, is that once again your uncle, your cousin?
It's my nephew, but
Your
I have
nephew.
nothing to do with that business.
Understood. No financial connection whatsoever. No, I understand. It's a question worth asking.
Steve, if there was something that I needed to say or expose, I would do that. You've asked me
understand.
many times about Bushnell well drilling. I am not connected financially or any other way to Bushnell well drilling.
I've asked you one other time. That's not many, but
right.
regardless, I think I'm just doing my due diligence. In this geologic report, on page 4, I believe it is, details are provided about the depth of the well, the elevation above sea level, and things like that. Yeah, it's on page 4, and it's in paragraph. Okay, actually, it's on page 3, I believe. Yeah, on page 3, no, it actually says page 2 on the document, but on legislate it shows as page 3. At any rate, on page 2, it talks about elevations, and it gives an elevation of the well at 3,460 feet above sea level, and the well itself is 320 feet deep. And then it gives some elevations for nearby streams, Steelhead Creek, nearest tributary elevation 3,190 feet, and then Dean Creek tributary is at approximately 3,410 feet. And it talks about, at one point, the geologist makes a statement that the bottom of the well, the elevation of the bottom of the well is approximately 3,320 feet. So I'm just having some problems with this math. Maybe you can help me. It was stated the well, the top of the well is at 3,460 feet, and the bottom of the well is at 3,320 feet. That's 140 feet, and yet the well is 320 feet. So those figures are off by almost 200 feet. I believe the bottom of the well would be more like at 3,140 feet. And I bring this up because these details are important, because that's what we're using to analyze, you know, elevational impacts, how deep is the well, what's the elevation in nearby streams, and that kind of stuff. And once again, I'm finding significant discrepancies here between the information provided. And I'm just using the information provided. I'm not adding anything to this. But do you see what I'm talking about there? That the geologist states the bottom of the well is 3,320 feet. It's a 320-foot deep well, but the top of the well is at 3,460 feet. Did I miss something?
And then, Director Ford, after you, Supervisor Bohn, or after
So
Madrone's finished?
You would say that what I've stated is accurate, that that's what's
As I-
stated in the report?
As I read it, I would have to agree with what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, so, you know, we're trying to make these decisions about hydraulic conductivity based on information provided by a professional geologist. And once again, these numbers are way off in terms of what the elevations really are. And so the bottom of the well, I believe, is at 3,140 feet, if in fact it's a 320-foot deep well, and if in fact the casing, the top of the well, is at 3,460 feet. In addition to that, if Dean Creek's at 3,410 feet, that's very close to the top elevation. You know, that's only a 50-foot difference. Dean Creek is only 50 feet downslope from the top of the well, and the well goes 320 feet deep. So I don't understand how that can be true, and yet statements can be made that these things are not hydrologically connected, because it's supposed in the statements that the elevation of Dean Creek and Steelhead Creek are so far downslope that they couldn't be impacted by these elevations. And yet, so I'm finding issues with these numbers. And it's kind of incomplete or inaccurate at best. So what do we do about that? Because we're basing our decision about hydrologic impact on this professional report. that seems to have significant errors. Something's wrong here in the numbers. And I don't know what they are. I haven't been on the site. So this whole thing is based on that, right? This is the foundational piece to the decisions we're trying to make here today. I would like to submit to you that it would be really nice if you require the geologist to submit a cross-sectional drawing, which I did here. It doesn't exist in the report. It's not with the well log. Yes, the information is there, but it would be a great visual double check for you all in planning if the applicants would provide a cross-sectional drawing of the elevational details provided in the report. Because when you do that, it jumps right out at you. Wow, there's something wrong here with these numbers. And then you could ask the applicant to clarify, et cetera. So what do we do?
Well, I think you raise a point that in terms of the evidence that's been used to show that it's disconnected is that there's obviously some math errors here. I would also submit that what I know about the site is that Dean Creek is far lower than 50 feet from where the well's at. I mean, right. This is sitting on a ridgetop. Dean Creek falls off precipitously down before the headwaters even begin. Yeah. Based upon this information, even though there's a motion on the floor, I would recommend that you allow us to get these numbers corrected.
That seems like the prudent thing to do, to get back to the applicant and the geologist and get a set of corrected information that's accurate. I would agree, but
okay,
we'll see where we go with this.
All right, so the maker of the motion was which one? Who made the motion?
Bohn and Bushnell.
So Director Ford is requesting this to come.
Continuance?
So you can check with that information why it is written in a way that does not make sense.
Well, the math certainly doesn't add up, and we need to verify the math.
Okay.
So is there anything that we could do in this with that, specifically with the capping of the other well, or does it have to be all in one?
Conceivably, you could take action on the capping of the well, but realistically, the action's not final until
Right.
you take until you take action on both of them.
Right. Also, I wanted to make another comment. I appreciate your due diligence, but we don't police each other, and I would disclose anything that has anything to do, and you have asked me more than once, Supervisor Madrone, I will always disclose the right things.
Thank you.
So, regarding that motion that we had.
I actually will pull back my second.
So I would just need a new motion to request that the Planning and Building Department make corrections in the staff report and bring the item back at a future date.
I'll make a motion that we bring back the item. Can we do date certain?
September 27th.
I'll make a motion that we bring back the item September 20 what?
27th.
27th, and continue this process.
So,
I'll second that. I'll second that with, and I don't know, we talk about how we don't have hydrologists. I can imagine why, but you, Supervisor Madrone, you kept saying once again, like this is a common thing amongst this. I don't know what the once again, did we have this earlier in the report?
Well, I brought up issues with this geologist and the numbers before.
Yeah.
So this is the second time. 2 times it's come before us, 2 times it's been errors on the numbers.
I don't remember the first time.
Yeah, I don't remember it being errors, but anyway, that's a past thing, but we can certainly revisit that. So we have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Madrone, if you wanted to respond more, it's just I feel like we're going to just okay. All right, Supervisor Wilson, did you have anything to add? Either of you have anything more to add? Are we ready to vote? Okay. So.
Supervisor Madrone, are you able to see the vote? Okay. That's fine. I'll do a roll call vote, please. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, on the continuance.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson. Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
All right, so this is continued to the date certain, and we will revisit it. That brings us to our last appeal, I believe. Another appeal very similar, I believe, to the last one. So at this point, I will open the public hearing, and I will turn this over to Director Ford and his team.
Thank you. This is a very similar appeal, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Santos to go forward and present the appeal and the project.
There is also another PowerPoint associated with this presentation.
Trying to find it. So earlier, our presentation computer was not accepting the flash drive, and I don't see that it's opened on the desktop. Is there any way you could share it on the Zoom computer, Cliff?
I had emailed the PowerPoint to the clerk of the board at the same time that I emailed the last PowerPoint. So it should be in the, let's go to board report directory.
All right, so did we find a way to get it?
I'm not sure where she downloaded it because our presentation computer wasn't working earlier.
At the chair's discretion, I have a printout of my presentation, so I could still give it orally if that would be acceptable to the board.
My apologies. It's not working now.
Oh. All right, now what? Steve, I'll let you just tell us about it.
So this is a de novo appeal for MHG LLC, conditional use permit, identical issue with regard to the condition of approval being appealed. The project is in the Alder Point area. It takes its access from Rancho Sequoia Drive, ultimately taking its access from Alder Point Road, which is county maintained. The legal parcel is approximately 10 acres. With a residential agriculture land use designation and a forestry recreation FR zoning. The conditional use permit is for 18,492 square feet of existing outdoor cultivation with an 1,800 square foot ancillary nursery. The 223,000 gallon annual water budget includes 40,000 gallons of storage, and it gets its irrigation water from a well that was deemed likely disconnected per a geologist report. The water budget translates out to be about 11 gallons per square foot. This project has on-site processing. It also has a component involving on-site relocation and restoration of the historic cultivation area to get further away from sensitive surface waters. And it also has a renewable energy condition of approval to replace the generator by 2026. Let's see, there'll be no review of the site plan. And the appeal issue is exactly the same as the rainwater catchment appeal in the last matter. So at the chair's indulgence, I could re-review the staff findings, or we could just proceed on what we discussed prior.
Okay, that's, I'd leave it up to the board. I mean, okay, yes, we've got to proceed.
Okay, great. So staff's review of the appeal is that it has merit, and there was one public comment received in an email on August 24th for this project. And so I would like to take a moment to go through the 9 concerns that were raised in that email. The first concern raised by the commenter was that there was an alleged timber theft and road created on commenter's property back in August of 2016. In response to this concern, staff researched assessor's records, and the owner of the project parcel didn't purchase the project parcel until December of 2016. Staff also further notes that the cleared area proposed for the cannabis is in compliance per an approved CAL FIRE less than 3 acre conversion. The second concern raised by the commenter is that the property owner does not live on the property, and the staff response to that is the CMMLUO does not require property owners to live on the property with of the cannabis operation. The third comment was that the property is not zoned for commercial uses. And the staff response is that the Forestry Recreation FR zone is an eligible zone under the CMMLUO. The fourth concern was that the geologist is not qualified to analyze wells, and the staff response is that the certified engineering geologist is qualified to analyze the well. The fifth comment touched on a few sub-issues, generator sound, odor, and fire safety. And staff review determined that the generator location on the site plan, which I can't show you right now, is approximately 1,000 feet from the commenter's residence. And the project includes a condition of approval limiting noise at 50 decibels at 100 feet or the forest edge. With regard to odor, the CMMLUO does not regulate odor outside community planning areas. And with regard to fire safety, the project does have a dedicated 5,000-gallon firefighting water source, as well as emergency vehicle access. Concern number 6 was that there is little oversight or enforcement with cannabis growers in the area, and staff response to that is both the state and the county continue to perform compliance inspections on a regular basis, and being permit enables that oversight. Comment 7 and 8 are sort of combined. The commenter states there is no lower Lakeview Road as labeled in the county GIS, and there is other misleading information making the permit void. This other misleading information referenced was not identified specifically, so staff was unable to research that. In response to the concern about the naming of roads in the county GIS, in certain areas of the county, and this is after I consulted with both the planning technician and our GIS coordinator, who's responsible for these, for assigning road names. In certain areas of the county, local reference to road names sometimes differs from assigned road names. And this road assignment occurred somewhere around 2007. And so if there is a process, if that road assignment, and these are private roads, was incorrect, the commenter has a process available to them to ask for those road names to be corrected if they are in error. And then finally, comment number 9, the commenter said that essentially approving the cannabis project would interfere with the commenter's health and safety and would result in elder abuse. Staff review concludes there is sufficient evidence for the board to make finding 6 in the resolution that the operation as proposed and conditioned will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Therefore, it is staff recommendation to grant the appeal, removing the additional condition requiring rainwater catchment. Consider the addendum to the adopted MND for the CMMLUO per CEQA guidelines. Make all the required findings for approval of the conditional use permit, and adopt the resolution approving the MHG LLC conditional use permit subject to conditions of approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone.
Well, there's a couple of differences. I think this doesn't have, I mean, this is all pretty much DEP, right? I mean, is there
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. DEP. That's the lingo on the street. DEP. So yeah, that's what we're talking about here, pretty much, because the last one had some mixed light.
It had
correct?
about 2,500 square feet of mixed light. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this does not have mixed light. I just wanted to just confirm that.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I don't see a hydrologic report for this one in the staff documents, the attachments.
It's unfortunately in the Planning Commission report that's attached. So if you go into Legistar, I apologize for that, and open the Planning Commission staff report, there's actually the original geologist report, and there's an update to it to address the governor's executive order.
Okay. And so I'll just ask, so, on the last project, it seems obvious to me that nobody on planning staff actually drew out the numbers to kind of see the discrepancies on the elevations. And I would think that would be part of your due diligence to really, you're just taking the person's word for it, or are you actually looking at the data and checking through that? What do you find on this one?
I would hope that we're looking through the data. That is the expectation. I think Mr. Johnson and I both immediately went to this one and read it to make sure that the math added up.
Thank you. And what did you find? Did they seem to add up?
They added up. It says that the nearest creek is at, I just read it, it was at 20, was it 2520? It was 2520, and I think the well went down to, or 20, no, it's 2320. I should kind of misquote the numbers. The well is 200 feet deep. The top of the well is at 2,500 feet, so it goes down to 2,300 feet. The elevation of Powers Creek, which is the nearest creek, is at 2,320. So this is 20 feet, the bottom of the wells then would be 20 feet below the bottom of the creek. The creek, though, is 800 feet away.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And this would be in the staff report, attachment 3?
Yes. Yes, page 99.
No wonder I didn't find it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Supervisor, I thought I saw some movement over here. Either of you have anything you want to add? No? Supervisor Bushnell?
Is there currently any rain catchment on site?
No.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution which does the following board or staff recommendations.
Okay, so I heard a motion for staff recommendation. We still have to open this to the public also. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment on the phone first. And for some reason, all right, we have one hand up. 7454. Just there. All right, 745. There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Oh, I got it finally, Virginia. I got totally dropped out of the meeting here for a little bit. Got back. I found this another interesting one. I want to point out how many flawed geologists have made erroneous reports. In fact, you were in closed session on NEC, and I believe, if I recall right, Rex, that if it was Rolling Meadows, you had a geological engineer who was totally overruled. The opposite was determined by a certified hydrological engineer. So that's why the public's questioning all these things regarding water. I'm looking at this particular project, and they have a facility there, a two-story processing facility, 30 by 40 foot two-story. And they also have a whole bunch of greenhouses around there. They're nurseries and this, that, and the other. But as far as that 20%, that I don't know. Do you have math? Have you guys ever done math? How much water will be created with an average rainfall coming off of a 30 by 40 foot 2-story, and that may be the footprint if you have 2 foot overhangs on each side? I really wish that somebody from planning and building would do the math for what it actually takes to fill up tanks and storage and things here. Now, I don't see the storage in this particular plan. Maybe I'm missing it. I've been trying to go back and forth here and do a few other things. But where is the water storage on this thing? Is it sufficient for the whole year, or are they dependent upon that well, which may or not be hydrologically connected? I do understand Supervisors Madrone's appreciate him asking where is this information. Well, the public has no way of assessing this situation and making reasonable comments if this isn't provided in staff reports, and especially to the supervisors. So this one may be another one you may wish to table until the information can be brought forward. The whole planning commission should be there. Now, were there any other comments here? The only one that was read was a letter. But when you have comments, verbal comments, are we supposed to assume when we make comments at a planning commission meeting that these won't be brought forward unless we put them in writing? I question that. I probably was in Mexico for the two meetings, which Commissioner Mulder referred to. Commissioner Mulder has an obligation when he speaks to do a disclaimer. Normally, the person who would speak regarding anything coming from the Planning Commission would be the chairperson, and at least a disclaimer that I am a planning commissioner, but I'm speaking as a person, an individual person on this topic, and I wish it to be disclosed that I do have a dog in the fight in the fact that my livelihood is dependent upon the cannabis business. These kind of things are necessary for transparency. I find it very irregular to have a commissioner speaking in on all the commission's things after the fact and not going through the chair specifically if there's comments to be made or recommendations. So thank you for the opportunity in this one. I highly recommend you go ahead and table it. I highly recommend the person go ahead and volunteer with the ability to have the rain storage and catchment to put that into tanks or put it into a pond and do the 20%. I think he got off pretty easily as far as I can tell. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of the speaker?
No.
Not, well, can I finish public
Sure.
comment? There's one more
Yep.
hand up. 7108. And then I'll go to you first. It's Bonnie.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. I just want to remind the supervisors that this is in the southeastern part of the county that's considered in extreme drought. I have concerns about the generator use. Nobody lives there, and how safe is that if that generator's gone? And how far noise travels really depends on the terrain. And 1,000 feet, if the terrain's right, yeah, and it's just this constant hum that is really causes a lot of stress to people that the water situation with the wells. I noticed this didn't have the planning watershed map. You could see where all the other growths are with wells and whatnot. Try to see what kind of impact for hearing from.
Are you still, she's done? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so we'll go back to the board. I believe there is a motion and a second, and
I wanted to ask a question.
yes,
however.
please.
Director Ford, when Planning Commission weighs in on a project and it moves forward, they're considered done and they've stated their how they feel? I'm asking the question on one of the comments about public commenter. He's done with the commissioner would be done with the project, and so I'm wondering.
Is he able to speak as a private citizen, basically?
Yeah, he's already weighed in on that project.
Yes, so Planning Commission and county staff have the ability to be citizens also.
Thank you for that.
All right. We have a motion, a second, either Supervisor Madrone?
How far away is the well from the headwater stream of Powers Creek? We've got elevation information here in the report, but I didn't see a distance from the tributary.
I read it was 800 feet.
800 feet, yeah, that looks to match up with the topo map here. You know, a water table isn't just the water we see in the creek, the surface waters. It goes out into the land, and it actually typically goes upslope from the creek, unless it's a losing stream. And we don't have a lot of losing streams. Mostly our streams are gaining streams here in this area. So, I mean, given the elevations of the well, the fact that static water levels at 60 feet, the well is drilled 20 feet deeper than the elevation of Powers Creek, and it's only 800 feet away, it is possible that this well is connected to the aquifer that's feeding Powers Creek. And that's just based on the information provided in the report. So I once again find it hard to understand how one could make a statement that it's simply not connected. I don't see the data to suggest that that's true.
I think one of the things that he was attempting to present was on the cross-section of the geologic structures that exist, and he was showing the fault lines and the breaks in continuity. And that is down on page 113, and that probably is explained in the supplement to the original geologic report, or the letter that he wrote. He said that a geologic cross-section and generalized hydrogeologic cross-section are attached. No quantitative information regarding the aquifer characteristics of the CWR is available. Qualitatively, fractured sandstones typically exhibit high porosity and permeability. As noted, there's a lack of quantitative information regarding the characteristics of the CWR sandstone aquifer. The well is described in our January report. There is no information available regarding the lateral extents of aquatards, aquicludes on the subject property or in the area. The flow regime in the confined sandstone aquifer cannot be determined from one well. However, aquifer flow is likely follows zones of a more highly fractured sandstone. So he's using his professional opinion based upon facts that he's deduced to say that it's unlikely to be connected.
Right, but then he talks about how it's hard to determine this from just one well. You know, this issue comes up a lot when you have one well and then assumptions are made about the underlying geology between that and a creek, and we simply don't have that information. You know, I recognize that we're doing a pilot study, you know, with groundwater wells and management, and it would be probably good, I mean, if there was a well drilled halfway between this well and Powers Creek, that would give you information on what's going on in terms of the geology between the two, and the depths of that geology and the tilts of that geology, things like that, right? It would be better information.
It would be better information.
To make these decisions, yeah.
And so, no excuses, but there are some challenges. And when you say drill a test well, you know, that is an investment into the scientific exploration.
Right.
And every time you do that, it makes it more difficult. And maybe this isn't a small cultivator, maybe it's not a large cultivator, but every test well, everything you do to that extent makes it more difficult for an existing cultivator to get across the finish line.
No, I understand that. And I recognize drilling is a cost, but it's the small part of the cost. The casing is the big part of the cost, and well drilling. You know, actually doing a test drill can be a couple thousand, but once you case it, you can get up to 15, 20 grand or more. Anyway, I think that if we're going to be making those kinds of statements, we need some data to back it up. Otherwise, it's really just assumptions. We don't know if there's an aquitard in between the well and the creek. And from my training, you know, I've been taught that aquifers tend to go up from the creek, from the stream bed in a gaining stream in elevation. And this well's already 20 feet below that. And there's a really wet layer here. I mean, just 40 feet down, you hit the static water level at 60 feet of well elevation. So that's 140 feet of well elevation that's slotted, you know, to pull water in. I think in all these projects, I'm seeing really good casings being put in the surface aquifers to protect nearby and adjacent springs and streams that are close to the vicinity. I think that's really great. I think there's been really good work done in that arena. I'm just not sure about these issues of these deeper wells and nearby aquifers and things like that. But anyway, I won't belabor it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn, then Wilson.
In this appeal, it's still about storage and not about forbearance, correct?
Correct.
So even if the storage...
Well, it's about rainwater catchment, not
catchment,
even
but
storage.
it doesn't really say when they would use the rainwater catchment necessarily.
Correct. It's just that they had to use 20% of their water from rainwater catchment.
I have a question.
I see. So it wouldn't have been tied to a time of year necessarily.
Correct.
Oh, darn. Okay. I mean, from my perspective, it just seems like if you're going to have the storage, it should be tied to forbearance, because that's the point of it, in terms of maximizing its potential mitigation. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm not gonna. No.
Okay. Okay. I think we're ready.
Again, this isn't personal. But in the report, the geologist talks about fish well drilling, but the well drilling logs are from Bushnell Enterprises, and I'm not sure what's the disconnect between those two things. It's not personal. I'm just trying to...
I noticed that there is, I assume that's a typo.
It was in both reports. Both reports.
Well, the first report that we looked at today was fish well drilling, and that should have been fish well drilling.
In the logs is also fish well drilling?
Yes.
Whereas this one should be Bushnell.
Correct.
In the geologic report rather than fish.
There's two wells?
So, okay. I don't,
why don't we include them? Okay. So, evidently what he did is he used a well drilled by Bushnell as a test well to analyze the well that was dug by fish, which is the well that's going to be used for irrigation purposes.
okay. So there would be two well logs ultimately in the report.
There's two well logs in the report. One is essentially functioning as a test well.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
Is that the one that's 600 foot away? There's one 600 and one 1,000 feet away from the wells. I think it's answering your question instead of having that provides that information. Is the way I read it, but
I think that's true. Correct. Yes.
Okay, Supervisor.
I just want to clarify that these appeals are based on the conditions that the Planning Commission, they approve these permits or these projects, but the issue would have been the 20% rain catchment with no forbearance, and that is what we're talking about. We are not questioning or these projects were approved. Am I correct or not?
Actually, I was going to say, once it comes to us, I believe we do have discretion.
I understand we have discretion, but we're specifically talking about the issue of the 20% rain catchment.
Unfortunately, the nature of your question is that when an applicant submits an appeal, even if it is only on a condition, the entire permit is subject to re-review.
Okay, that's fair. But it came to us on appeal of the condition of the 20% rain catchment.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks so much.
Are we ready to vote? I mean, I voted. So I need an I vote sticker.
That's fine. Let's do a roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
No.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Passes 3-2.
All right, so we are closing that public hearing, and I think our work for today is done. So at this point, we're adjourned.